assume that you know what, Thomas is very educated. It don't matter all that tough talk that he's doing and all the things that he's been through before. It didn't take away his goddamn education and wanting to educate himself to move forward in life. It didn't stop him from doing that. That's what y'all be missing. Yeah, maybe loud, wild, and ghetto. So what? He still educated himself. He can still talk himself into some things and have some things and make some goddamn money off his goddamn nine.
What we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedure." He said, "Whoever you got to doing this," he says, "he must be on his game." He said, because he said most attorneys that's got 10, 15 years of practice, he said, don't even understand this language. He said, they don't know nothing about this realm, this world. It's a foreign world to them.
Warning: the view and opinions of the New Culture Empire are his own and they may trigger you. Watch with caution.
The debt was discharged. Okay, cool. Can you please tell me, from an accounting standpoint, on how that discharge will look on the books? If you know it, you know. What's your loan evidence on the balance sheet, and what balance sheet did they have to use, and what line and what item is your loan accounted for on the balance sheet? Just off the top of your head. Ended up university, and everything is just trust law, moving equity, trust. All these trust law people. If all this was so true and it was just that simple, why is the poverty rate still what it is? But when you're dealing with people that actually knows the game and knows and can understand and can pick up and can point out inconsistencies on the fly, those are the people that gets banned from their lives.
Not assigned to any court cases, any type of criminal bonds or anything of that, or an individual. It's only for corporate securities or municipal.
The reason that you're not able to access the information through our customer portal is because of the email that we or letter that we received from you. That was actually escalated to our compliance team. So whenever we have, an issue or we're investigating something, we place everything on hold.
Thomas Legacy.
Rockin' with the best.
What's up? Yes, sir. Welcome to another one. We are back in the building. We are here live in effect. And what we are unveiling is going to have a lot of them. Today, we will be unveiling today. Let me see if I can. Yeah, we do it like that. What we will be unveiling today is the Supreme Elite Team University 90-Day Master Program. Now, the full curricula will be available upon enrollment, which will consist of course, the full 90-day curricula, securitization and fair value worksheets, tax filing guides for foregone interest, set off claim, templates, certificates of mastery, transforming your understanding, empowering your strategy, reclaiming your position. And that is what we are doing. Autos, mortgage. Y'all need to get into class too. I don't care that y'all young. And y'all gonna pay too. Talking to the kids. They got to they want to get in the class. They gotta pay too. Yeah. So let's break down this class and let's talk about the enrollment. TikTok. We are over here at the New Culture Empire. TikTok. Now, before we get to that, I want to discuss the Supreme Elite Team University. I mean, not university, the Supreme Elite Team Telegram group. The Supreme Elite Team Telegram group is under construction. When it boils down to it, it takes, for me, there's been countless of nights that I have started class at 5:30, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. After 5 or 6 hours typing, getting court cases, getting documents out for my clients or stuff I'm working on for people in the group. And then I meet in the group for about a good 3 hours. And then about 8:30 and 9 when we're done, I'm studying for another 3-4 hours. So there's plenty of times where I wake up at 7:38 in the morning and I'm not in bed until 4 in the morning the next morning. This morning, I went to bed at 3:30 a.m. Back up by 9. Day in and day out. The grind never stops. The hustle never stops. The understanding never stops. And if you're trying to make it to an elite level with this, the grind has to be 100% consistent. So what I've done since I'm unveiling the Supreme Elite Team University, I didn't want that to run in conflict with the Supreme Elite Team. So the Supreme Elite Team Telegram is under reconstruction at the moment. It will be back up and running, but I didn't want to take away from the Supreme Elite Team University. Also, I believe that this Supreme Elite Team University is way more of a hands-on, tangible approach, because not just along with the teaching of the classes, you're actually getting tangible paperwork and documents every step of the way, which aids in the understanding and the proper interpretation. Now, this is for educational purposes. This is advice. This is advocacy. This is me telling you, advocating and standing 100% by this is direction that I think you should go. Yes, do this. Yes, do that.
You're rocking with the best.
Why? Because I have been vetted by top professionals. I have been stamped and approved by top professionals. And I have been certified by top professionals, from whether it's an ex-SEC attorney or whether it's a college professor at Florida University. Now, I make no bones about this. This is going to be a highly advanced approach. There's going to be some highly technical terms that you may have been familiar with before. It's going to be very intense. This is, as the college professor dubbed it, things that's going to be taught in the Supreme Elite University are things that are taught in highly advanced accounting settings. I'm not going to make any bones about the level of comprehension, the difficulty, but this is the level in which the system operates on. I mean, thousands of pages of regulatory filings, hundreds of pages of court cases, hundreds of pages of registration statements. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it damn sure ain't a damn goose. So with that being said, we are unveiling the Supreme Elite Team University.
You're rocking with the best.
Now, the Supreme Elite Team University, the enrollment sheet, semester, 90 days, intense, hands-on. We will be meeting on Zoom. There will be homework assignments. The curriculum be tests. Tests will be graded. And upon your enrollment fee, you will get the curriculum. So you know, it's like an overview of everything we're going to be going over, everything that's going to be talked about, and why and how it applies to your average financing situation. Now, I don't create the system. I don't really have a personal opinion about the system. I mean, I look at it at it is what it is. So I don't make the rules. This is not my personal thing. This is not how I see it. This is just the system as what it is. And if you have multiple court cases saying, judges saying this is the system, multiple regulations and a regulatory oversight saying this is the system, every accounting mandate or rule book saying this is the system, admissions from these finance companies admitting that this is the system, then it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand and figure out this is the system. Now that we get that part settled, because I think that's the most important part, that's the biggest hurdle of operating within what is the system. Everybody has their opinion on what the system is. Some people still think that you can just endorse the back of a coupon or a bill. They think the system is that. Most people think that you could tender your own negotiable instruments, your private instruments. They think that's the system. Most people think that if you change your nationality and step outside the confines of the United States and their laws, then they think that's the system. People think that you can cite Supreme Court cases that says you don't need a driver's license. They think that's the system. What I'm proposing is not the system the way I see it. The system the way they operate from. And I want to stay in line with the system as how they see it, rather than imposing what I believe is the system on the system that already has a set of rules. So, as you can see, There is your enrollment fee. TikTok, we're live with the New Culture Empire on YouTube. And it includes Supreme Elite Team, University, Student Portal access. Yes, I will have the Student Portal access for your questions, comments, concerns. Like it, it's like its own little server that you can just email me and bam, or whatever you need. Study materials, set off claim starter pack, securitization audit framework, IRS foregone interest worksheets, administrative master netting templates, all class replays for the semester, meaning the replays for the videos. Let me see if I can. Okay. Hold on, let me go back here. If I can move this out the way, it's hard to. All right, so then the second semester, that's the tuition. That's the due of the week 1. It covers the full 12 models, weekly instructor sessions, which will be by me, case study labs, tax application workshops, ASC and FSAB deep dive, securitization analyst training, which I'm going to show you how to look for the elements of a securitization and able to track the instrument from its negotiable instrument stage all the way to it makes it to the third party for the benefit of the investors. I know we like to think it's one big negotiable instruments the whole way through, but this is why I'm unveiling the school, because it's just not what it is. Administrative remedies practicum, certificate of completion. Now, this will be, this sheet, I will be dropping the PDF file. I'm trying to figure out how to drop the file, but it will be dropped on TikTok as well. And it will be available for you. I guess if you could download it, if you got Adobe signature, email, bam. Once I get these sheets back, then you will get the curriculum. I believe that being hands-on and invested in your continuing education every step of the way, I believe when you have more skin in the game, you're going to start to take this stuff a little bit more serious. Because all the pieces to the puzzle are already in one pot. So it's not like you got to try to figure out what the right way is. And when I say the term right way, I'm not speaking it from the way I want you to do it. I'm speaking on the way that has been consistent throughout decades. See, let me make one thing abundantly clear. This is not anything that's actually new. They've been operating like this forever. It may be new to us, but this ain't nothing that's actually new. This ain't anything that's actually new. This is actually standard operating procedure. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, I still got to get these this new vertical stuff. I got to get this stuff situated, but pay me no mind on that part. So this will be unveiling the Supreme Elite Team University, and I want you to let me do this. If you have any questions or concerns, you can always send me an email at the bottom of the screen.
But this is the direction. And once again, the Supreme Elite team is down for reconstruction. I am refiguring the group. I'm the videos and the documents are going to be dropped in there on a controlled basis. And I don't want anyone to think that I'm just shutting it down. It's going to be back up, but when it operates back up and running, it's not going to be the way you think it is. It's not going to be that there's not going to be just me doing all, just doing all the research and then I do all the research, I drop it in the group, and it's been there for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time. And then there's still no and I think that because we get so oversaturated with very important things, important gems, that it's like you're getting oversaturated with it that you tend to miss some things. So this is why I shut the Supreme Elite team group down for a second. And I'm transitioning to the Supreme Elite Team University. There's a reason why I'm doing it, and I think it's going to be beneficial for all of those involved in the progression of their understanding. Now,
you're rocking with the best.
Now, one thing that I want to make clear is what we're actually going to be going over with. And I will be making that clear in one.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what it is, nigga. You don't know what you know by now. Like I said, nigga, I don't even here to make no motherfucking friends. Gonna be buddy rappers with niggas. Man, this bitch for that money, nigga. That motherfucking money. That's the only thing that moves. I don't give a fuck about nothing but that bad, nigga. And rats, nigga. And stacks, nigga. Any means necessary, nigga. By any means, nigga. That man about to drop me half a thing all right now, nigga. Nigga, I can't wait, nigga. Let's get it. He just wanna stack in the lean, nigga. Dead in the dish. Okay, I let you know. Them kids got a lot of them cutters, got legs in the end. Oh no, don't play with the folks. He whipping that pots and that nigga in love with them trays. Woo, like he fuck with the lopes. Every dollar that I'm touching, leave blood on my hands. Yup, and there's blood on the dope. Yeah.
TikTok, we are over here at the Supreme Elite Team University. I seen y'all DMs in TikTok. I will be getting back with y'all soon. Now, if you already have pending cases and pending litigation, nothing has changed on that aspect. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. There was over 16,000 pinned messages in the Supreme Elite Team group. There was over 16,000 pinned messages, over 350 videos. Once again, the Supreme Elite Team will be back up and running. But for right now, it's closed down for reconstruction. It will be back up and running. All classes will be held on Zoom. The scheduling of the class, the rules and regulations of the class of the university will be posted. It will come with the curricula. Please pay attention to those rules, because violation of some of those rules will result in an automatic expulsion. So do not think that, oh, well, I pay, I can do whatever I want. No, you can't do whatever you want. No, you can't do whatever you want with the videos, because those videos are still my intellectual property. No one ever buys full ownership rights when it comes to videos. You get replay rights. You get a license to use the information in the video. You get a right to see it, view it, but you don't own it. No reproductions. No trying to post it in another group or
try to pose as a student, but you're really trying to teach your own group. If that's what you're really trying to do, then maybe you really need to be in this university. Come how you are, keep everything on the up and up, be straightforward, because I'm a straightforward type of guy. Straightforward, straight to the point. I don't have, we're too old for the manipulations and gaslight play. Now be straight up direct, especially as a man. I expect that from everyone. It's going to be a beautiful thing. It's going to be a very beautiful thing. And you know, one of the things that's going to be so shocking, because although we're looking for the Big Bang Theory, we're looking for the major pieces, but in reality, it's only going to be the little things that make the biggest difference. The little things are going to jump out at you. The little things are going to jump out at you. The very little things. TikTok, we are over to New Culture Empire. The New Culture Empire. It's going to be the little things that jump out at you. One of the little things that are going to jump out at you are always going to be the finance charge. In any finance charge, in your disclosures, you are going to find a number that they paid to others on your behalf. That's going to be the small number. Then you're going to see that remaining balance. That's going to be a big number. When you take away the small number from the big amount, every contract is going to evidence that whatever that amount is going to equate to your finance charge. And also, those full amounts that are listed there are never itemized. They are never itemized. That is one of the biggest indicators of something going on behind the scenes. They're never going to be itemized. I don't care what type of contract you have. They're never going to be itemized. With the Supreme Elite Team University, you're going to understand and identify for yourself that you were never, ever paying what you actually owe. Not only we're going to prove it, you're going to see it, you're going to know it, you're going to confirm it. And if you take this to any professional, they're going to confirm the same thing. I don't want you to validate what I talk about with anyone but a professional. Anybody that's not a professional. Because this information, only the professionals are going to know and understand it. Only the professionals are going to know and understand it. You can't take this to your homeboy, your other Morris teacher. None of them are going to understand this. So you can only validate this with a professional. Though that's the standard. That's the metrics. And a part of your study materials and package, one thing that's going to be very evident, you're going to notice, is that you're going to see, damn, I've gotten study packs before from people, but it was always talking about some Congress did this and U.S. Constitution and HJR 192 and some propaganda that they took the gold from us. Legally, the government owes us for our debts. One thing that you're going to notice is Thomas has not dropped a single document evidence in that. Every document that he drops is either going to be some William and Mary Law Review. God damn, some got an MAB, an NB, and Master Accounting. It's always some top professional
But when I read the document, it's saying the same thing that he teaches. See, that's my standard. Top professionals, college professors, people that's been in this game a long time. So any documents that you get from me is never going to be anything less than that. And at the end of the university, you will know and learn how to put your own legit legal claims together. That's going to be the biggest thing. So you won't ever have, you'll always, there's no better feeling than already knowing what to do. There's no better feeling than having multiple points of attack. There's no better feeling that knowing that when you send that document off to them, there's nothing they can say. There's no better feeling by taking their own words and language and using it against them.
You're rocking with the best.
There is no better feeling than being 100% control of your own domain. There is no better feeling. Not only to know, yeah, you may be charging me this amount on the contract, but this is not what I really owe. And then being able to say, see, look, this is how y'all account for it. There's just no better feeling. And how to maneuver and apply these claims to a legal, sufficient legal claim in court. Knowing how to evidence this and knowing how to maneuver in court, knowing that you can prove this in court, do you know how much your administrative claims, how much fire is going to have behind it? Do you know how much fire you're going to have behind your administrative claims? Let me see if I have an administrative claim for you I can show. I got one. I'll show it to you. And this was simple. I mean, to be honest with you, it wasn't that hard. You want to know what it was? Let me see. Find it in my files. It was all, hey, you're saying this. You and I both know that's not true. And I'm telling you that it's not true. As a matter of fact, I'm going to let you read your own words that invalidates your point and supports my position. See, most people always tries to find a way. They try to find a way to attack the system. And what they never do is actually use the company's own words against them. So when you're using their own words against them, isn't that a tale? Doesn't that mean something? If you're using their own words against them, doesn't that mean something? Can't find it here. Doesn't that mean something? Just let me know. Doesn't that mean something? I mean, what better way than to use their own words against them? Think about it. We're using their own words to substantiate our position while at the same time invalidating their claim. Let's think about that angle for a second. Using their own words to invalidate their own position while at the same time substantiating our claims. I mean, just doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. That is a powerful position. It's a powerful position. And I can speak to everybody with confidence Want to know why I can speak to people with confidence with this? Because I've been through the ringer. I've been through the fire. I've been through the fire. I have been through the fire. I've been through it. And this is one of the things that's going to be beneficial for y'all. And the reason why it's going to be beneficial for y'all is because one of the things that you can rest assured is that I have experience with this stuff. Sometimes a lot of things that you do, you're just going to get better over time, and that's just because of experience. That's just what it is. You get better over time because of experience. And some that is true sometimes in life, that experience is the best teacher. That is true. Sometimes in life, that is definitely true. That experience is the best teacher. That's not a, I'm not even gonna, it's a very valid thing. What I'm trying to tell you all is I have yet to see any response from them, from these finance companies, legitimate responses, that has ever said any of what I talk about has already been rejected in courts as sovereign citizen or frivolous. I have never, no one has ever, from my group, from the Supreme Elite team, no one has ever received any response of the likes. No one has ever. And for a lot of people, if they're honest with themselves, they know they've received those type of responses before from the teacher. But the problem is people get too embarrassed and too ashamed. So what they'll do is they'll suffer in silence. Y'all get what I'm saying? They'll suffer in silence. Like they'll act like they'll just let it all go away like it never happened. And what I'm trying to tell people is, regardless of what the teacher, regardless of me, regardless of any other teacher, you as the student, you have to reset yourself as well. Because a lot of people, even to this day, a lot of people really have an unrealistic expectation of the system. The expectation is not the reality of the system, has nothing to do with what a lot of people expect the system is. Hold on, y'all. I'm just pulling up some files. Now, me, y'all know me. I'm not like the average teacher. I'm nowhere like the average teacher. I could care less if you join this university or not. See, I could care less. Because whether you do or not doesn't change the fact of what's taking place with credit acceptance. It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the fact that so far with credit acceptance is a lot of people's desired outcome. See, it doesn't change that fact. See, I utilize everything I advocate for. Sorry, y'all. If y'all see me keep blanking out, that's because I'm putting files on here. I should have did it before. That's my apologies. But it doesn't change or invalidate that fact. See, this is the thing. I utilize the same things that I teach.
There's no separate method for me and then another method for y'all. Wherever I teach and advocate for is the same thing that I use. There's just no other way around it. The same thing I advocate for is the same thing I use. The same courses of actions that I tell people to take and not deviate from it. The same courses of action are the same things I use. See, whether you join or not, it's not going to change that. See, this doesn't change. See, this fact is not going to change. That's still there. See, that's still going to be there, regardless. That's not going to change. That is not going to change. That's what I'm trying to say. To be honest with you, it doesn't even matter to me. But I get so much calls and emails behind the scenes. I get so much call. I'm trying to find it for you. I get so much calls and emails behind the scene. And actually, a few people reached out to me in the email and asked me, do you have courses? They asked me, yo, you should have a course. And at first, I was apprehensive because you know how those courses can get. You know how those courses can get. I was apprehensive, but then you turn around and I'm like, damn. Well, since this is highly complex, since this is something that actually needs to be in a structured setting, since this is something, then yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? So even with the IRS, look at this right here. I'm gonna read something to you. Once the IRS freezes refund due to a questionable claim, some taxpayer may receive a letter 5747C and or 4883C, 5071C with instructions to verify their identity and tax return information so the IRS can continue processing their return. And this is what I was telling people on TikTok yesterday. Even after this verification, taxpayers must file an amended return to remove the questionable credit before the IRS will process the refund. See that? That blue box. Even after this verification, taxpayers must file an amended return to remove. You see that? You see that? Hey, I don't make the rules. I didn't write this. You see what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Here we go. I was looking for it. See what I'm saying? So it doesn't want to load. Try to screenshot it. I'll show it to you first so you can catch it, capture it. This letter sent to me. Thank you for your recent communications. We have reviewed our records and are writing to provide the following. We have closed your account and ceased collections. You have no further obligation regarding this account. And that's from the same thing that happens to people every day. Either they're trying to collect the debt
or another company brought the debt, and then it's sending you notification to collect the debt. I mean, this is something that happens day in and day out. And the problem that I see with a lot of people is they still only want to try things that appear quick, fast, large benefits, or what everyone else is doing. I've never met a space where people actually stay away from the actual legal correct ways in favor of something that's easier to understand than what everyone else is doing. I guarantee you, if 50,000 gurus were saying what I was saying, everybody will be jumping on it. But this is how, in a way, it's backwards. If everybody else is doing it, it must be correct. If this channel has a lot of views, they must know what they're talking about. I've seen a channel from a lawyer and an account person that actually broke what I'm talking about down very, very eloquently, very well. And they did it about 15 years ago. Some of the best gems you will ever find on YouTube, ever. It had 237 views. I said, oh my God, that should have had at least 5 million views. But the reason why it has 237 views versus a channel that's talking about you're the beneficiary on a 1099A that'll have 300,000 views, because the 207 represents the 1%. That's the percentage of people who will be successful in this system. The views with 300,000, that represents the other 99, everybody else. That monkey see, monkey do, that's what it represents. But if you look here, it's a point example right here. Just take a look at that for a second. Take a look at that for a second. Just take a look at it. And give me a second.
You're rocking with the best.
Now just look at just look at this form. See, they wouldn't. Let's go back to the first part. See, they wouldn't. Nah, we ain't signing for that. That's just, it seems too confusing. But if I was saying, yo, see, look, there's nothing. What is there to do? Hey, Darren. The one. What's up, y'all? You're right. Well, remove the 4. Now, see, 50,000 people will sign up for that. Look, and it doesn't even take much. It doesn't even take much. All I have to do is say, if there's a written amount versus the printed amount, the law says we can write the written amount. That's no, well, show me. No, well, hold on. No, well,
So basically, I could just get a $1 money order and write 10,000. They're going to pay me 10,000. How? And the explanation would be because some gold is backed by gold, silver. But look, this is the epitome of what I talk about in these spaces. This is the epitome. Because she has a $1 money order. Well, I'm assuming it's a female. It looks like a female handwriting. Yeah, it looks like a female. Authorized rep. The $1 is printed on there. Not only do they have the printing amount, they have the written amount, $1 and. See, they knew that law. So in a postal money order, they have a $1 typed amount, but then it still says the written amount. But what they'll teach you to do is just put $25,098. And JP Morgan, this looks like a auto loan. And this is to settle all debt claims in full upon acceptance. CO account number. JP Morgan Bank. Or whatever it is. See, with the Supreme Elite University, she would have actually known how to legally put herself in a position to get that settled. Legally. So she wouldn't have to do this. This is a desperate attempt. And $25,000 over a $1 money order. Now, let's ask ourselves a question. Let's ask ourselves a question. Let's ask ourselves one question. Or you can ask yourself a question. Do you think, like, you know what? We don't even need to ask the question because you already know the answer. Alteration means an unauthorized change in an instrument that purports to modify in any respect the obligation of a party, or an unauthorized addition of words or numbers or other change to an incomplete instrument related to the obligation of a party. Except as provided in subsection C, an alteration fraudulently made discharges a party whose obligation is affected by the alteration, unless that party assents or is precluded from asserting the alteration. No other alterations discharges a party, and the instrument may be enforced according to its terms. So a fraudulent authorization, which you see here, right? A fraudulent authorization by writing $25,098 on a $1 money order that's printed and written. That alteration discharges this party from paying the $25,000. So, and honestly, she still has a $1 money order. She still has a $1 money order. The extra $24,098, well, whatever the main about, yeah. Whatever that extra difference she wrote on there, but let's really break it down. Why would this right here ever? Let's look at it. Just look at it from why would, and this is actually a process? This is actually something that people actually do. Teaching people how not to make themselves look foolish. Y'all be on the lookout. Y'all moderators, be on the lookout. Y'all get what I'm saying? Oh gosh, Heather and Tucci. Oh gosh, them again. Them again. Let's go to it, y'all. Let's go to it. Let's go to it. Heather and Tucci. This is one of the, she has a lot of followers. We about to get to it. She has a lot of followers. This lady has a lot of followers. A lot of people follow them. And I'm not even going to act like they don't do it. Most people will follow a person just because they're white. Just because white, they must think they're smarter. No. People do still do that. You act like that. Now, once again, faced with financial challenges and rising unpaid bills, the individuals have two legal options, right? These are the legal options. Y'all can see that. Shed the debts through the humbling act of filing for bankruptcy or find a new source of assets. Randall Bean, with Heather Tucci Giraffe's assistance, tried to find a new source of assets. An alleged trust fund of government money in his name. But isn't that what's so enticing? Isn't that what has everybody running to go do? See, they don't want to do the Supreme Elite University because it quick, fast, money that I'm not entitled to, free, quick money that I can get. I don't have to learn nothing. All I got to do is just express and file things with no understanding. Because no one has taken my offer to show me where the government has acted and appropriated trust fund accounts in our names, in which we can draw down and pay debts. Nobody wants to put the money on the wood. But the money was not his. And along the way, the two of them defrauded the United States of $31 million. At their resulting criminal trial, they each asked to represent themselves, a request the court honored after holding a hearing on the matter. The trial did not end well for either of them, as the jury rejected their array of fringe conspiracy theories. The jury, meaning everyday people. Everyday people. So if I'm telling you it sounds ridiculous, what do you think the average person out there? See, that's a total different thing saying, hey, jury, you see what they say the finance charge is? You see how they omitted it here? But you see how I left it off here? So I'm really paying their debts. That has nothing to do with me. See how that can injure me? And a reasonable jury can be like, well, damn, I got an auto loan. Hold on. I got a home too. They may be like, shit, I want to hear what he got to say. Shit. On appeal, they argue that the trial should have forced them to accept counsel in view of their unusual beliefs. Because they knowingly and intelligently made this choice, and because self-lawyering does not require the individual to subscribe to conventional legal strategies or other orthodox behavior. We affirm. Oh, you can represent yourself and spew whatever you want. But if it doesn't align with the court rules and procedures, things like this happen. See, here's the thing. Everybody can have a class. Everybody can free class. Everybody can say they got a class. Everybody can say they got a workshop. But here's the one question. Have you ever asked them, how does this look when we put it in court? If they tell you, you ain't never got to go to court. It's always going to be 100% victory administratively. Or you ain't never got to go to court. They're lying to you. And the only reason why they say that is because they don't know about court. They don't know court rules. Ask any teacher. If they try to disavow court or brush it off or downplay the necessity of knowing court with these processes, that's because they don't know it, they don't understand it, and they don't want you to know it. But can you win this argument in court is the actual legal standard. You send a finance company an administrative claim with no threat of legal enforcement and the likelihood of you winning in court. If you're a finance company, ask yourself, would you give a shit what someone's putting on paper if they know they ain't got no legal way to enforce it? No, I'll just throw it in the shredder. And this is always the case because what they'll do is they'll just keep shooting documents at them. They will send these people like 50 different types of papers. But not once did they ever say, well, you know what? They're not going to acquiesce this way. Let me take them to court. See, that's what separates me from everybody else. Not only we can prove this from an administrative claim, we can actually prove this in a courtroom setting. And as you can see with my clients, I'm already proving that. Hell, forget my clients. You can just look at me. See, this is the part that no so-called teacher or guru can argue with me on. They have no wins there. I'm undefeated in that department. Taking the things that I teach and converting it into a legal claim. I'm undefeated in that department right there. For years, Randall Bean honorably worked for our country. Oh, man. Got bit by that sovereign citizen bug. Ah, that sovereign citizen bug. Boy. Serving as an Air Force electrical engineer. Oh, at some point, he became convinced that the government was spying on the public, promoting a self-described quest into the world of conspiracy theories. His internet research led him to the straw man conspiracy theory. The government creates for each new citizen, the theory claims, a legal identification called a straw man that allows the Federal Reserve to hold in trust that citizens inherit unlimited value. And there are teachers that are still out there teaching this to today. So if the courts is already saying this is not true, what makes you think you're going to survive administratively on it? If the courts are saying this is not true, what makes you think you're going to survive administratively on this? Proponents believe that by filing paperwork with no understanding, with the correct verbiage, they can tap into these trust funds and use them as a bottomless expense account. Timing is everything. This theory struck a chord. Told you, timing is everything. What's at the center of these theories and claims? Financial troubles. Timing is everything. This theory struck a chord with Bean at a vulnerable time when he owed more money than he could pay on his vehicle, several credit cards, and 4 personal loans, right up the Supreme Elite Team's university's alley. Before he came across the work of Heather Tucci, which did not help matters. A former lawyer who once worked as a prosecutor and public defender, Tucci ran her website, posted videos, and contributed to talk shows about the straw man conspiracy theory. She produced several Fox legal documents that purported to allow individuals to access their secret trust fund accounts. And for the mere fact that she was a former lawyer and a prosecutor and a public defender, everybody took her word as golden. Seeing Tucci's as a visionary who could make a difference, Bean reached out to her. She continued to help Bean dispose of his old energy and move forward and be creative in getting his financial house in order. Bean found an outlet for his creativity. While browsing Facebook, he came across a video posted by an anonymous user by the moniker Batman villain Harvey Dent. Okay, you shut up. God damn. Hold on. Hold on. All right, we should be good. Okay, back to normal. Hold on, something's. Oh shit, that's why. Duh. I had YouTube going on. That's why. That's why. All right, I got it. I'm back. I'm back to normal. But I do see where there's echoing in the background. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right, we are back to normal. Let's get back to it. Harvey Dent, as all people. The video purported to teach viewers how to access their secret trust fund accounts. But the question is, Harvey Dent, if you access your secret trust fund account, why the hell, if you actually did it, why the hell would you, like, people don't even, they are so like desperate to get out their financial situations. They don't even see how crazy it sounds. But in truth, it taught them how, what I always say, but in truth, it taught them how to commit wire fraud by exploiting the deficiency in the automated clearinghouse networks that banks use to transfer funds online. Bean discussed the video with Tucci, Giraffe. She offered her own advice about how to perform the technique and directed him toward potentially helpful documents.
On the evening of July 3rd, Bean gave the Harvey Dent idea a try. Logging onto his bank's website, he followed the video's instructions and entered in the information recommended. Account number, his own 9-digit social security number. Routing number, the Federal Reserve's. Using these credentials, Bean made fraudulent payments in full on his personal loans, his credit card debt, and his car insurance. Elated, Bean took to Facebook to spread the word that he had just paid off all his debt with his trust fund account. And this is why only 1% would ever be successful. Because the 99% don't know how to keep a secret. These are why the cards are held close. Because people don't know how to they got to let everybody know that they did it. Easy as this was, Bean tried it again on July 5th. This time he brought certificates of deposits with Federal Reserve funds. With Tucci Giraffe providing more support through video conferencing software, Bean brought CD after CD. He didn't stop until his computer's mouse ran out of battery charge. Then he went to bed. Bean woke up the next morning to find over 28 million worth of CDs in his bank account. Before long, he increased the total to 31 million. And before long, he started cashing the CDs. With his debt cleared up and plenty of cash on hand, he brought an $86,000 truck, as well as a $500,000 motor home that had 2 bathrooms, marble floors, and a fireplace. Suspicious of his sudden fortune, one of Bean's banks froze his accounts. It also attempted to cancel the payment he made on his new truck and motor home. That's when Tucci Giraffe re-entered the picture. Because the wide road, that's fast, a process, a lot of money, $500,000 homes, everything is good. They are up. The shit is good. Is the road that leads to destruction.
We're about to take it back.
It's the quick, fast process. All you got to do is type in this and do this. Get things up front, fast, quick. But it never ends good. She advised Bean on how to protect his new assets by placing them in the name of a trust. A prepared pseudo-legal documents on his behalf. Claiming to be Bean's lawyer, she made phone calls to one of the banks in the dealership to persuade them that he rightfully owned the money he was spending. Her assurance worked, and the bank stopped canceling the payments, but just for a while. By then, as it happened, a federal investigation had begun. All it took was 10 days. You think you're going to walk away with 31 million and the feds ain't going? On July, and for all these people that says the government ain't got no jurisdiction, it still don't stop the feds from snatching them up. On July 11th, federal officers learned that Bean planned to drive off the dealership lot in his new motor home. Officers rushed to the scene, arriving just as Bean started the engine. He refused to exit the vehicle, and agents had to remove him. One of the motor home's other occupants provided officers with Tucci Giraffe's phone number and requested that they contact her. On the phone, Tucci claimed that she was planning military operations. Officers arrested her in Washington, D.C., where she had gone after contacting Secret Service to request a meeting with the president. Bean and Tucci responded to their arrest with a flood of frivolous motions. They demanded hearings on their own identities, the identities of the arresting officers, and the identity of the presiding judge. They asserted that the United States courts cannot hold anyone except by their own consent. And that the United States, a tad more plausibly, is a bankrupt corporation. They submitted 100 pages of pointless uniform commercial code filings, allegedly related to something called the One People's Public Trust. They mailed the court an itemized bill seeking payment of $46 quintillion. This is where the emotional, they're mad, they're upset, because at this stage, they still think they're the victims. And on it went. Concerned that such conduct might confuse the jury, the judge granted a motion in line that barred the defendants from raising similar arguments at trial. Bean and Tucci Giraffe asked to represent themselves. Now, some people may say, well, why did they ain't allow them to do it? See, they ain't want the truth to get out. That's not how it works. None of the stuff that they're submitting has anything to do with the elements and the facts of the case, which is probably wire fraud. The courts are never going to let the jury hear that garbage. They're just never going to do it because it really has nothing to do with anything. The judge held a hearing for each of them, complete with the standard issue inquiries and cautions about self-representations. The defendants provided some unusual answers, but after an extended colloquy, the judge concluded that they had knowingly and intelligently waived their right to counsel. He granted their request. As a safeguard, he granted their request to appoint standby counsel who can help the defendants during the trial, who can take it over if the judge ends the defendant's self-representations. The defendants did their best. They cross-examined the government's witness, introduced evidence, testified on behalf, and used their closing statements to justify the worldview. But their best was not good enough. The jury convicted Bean of bank and wire fraud, 18 USC, crimes and punishment, just like they like to use a crimes and punishment definition to cite their arguments, sections 13, 43, and 44, and both defendants of conspiracy to commit money laundering. The court sentenced Bean to 155 months. See, you don't get sentenced in years in the feds. You get sentenced in months. So that's 120, 32, 44, 13 years. Well, a little bit around there. And order him to pay over $500,000 of restitution. And when you're on probation, the federal government, you're going to pay every dime back. You're not getting off probation until you pay that back. The court sentenced Tucci to 57 months, a little under 5 years. Actually, 4 years and 9 months. Bean and Tucci have had second thoughts about representing themselves. On appeal, they argued that the child judge should have saved them from themselves. Oh, what happened to all this stuff you're teaching everybody? But they all end up doing this when they get caught. When the hammer comes down, even the gurus crumble. But these are the people that most people will listen to. Even the gurus crumble. They never go out on their shield. They always at the end. Now, take a look at this. All these gurus since the 80s, in the end, they all end up admitting that this was not real. All of them end up admitting it.
Now look at any one of their students that will be reading this. Like, damn, I brought into it, and they're not even standing on it. No cause for reversal has been shown. The right to counsel of the Sixth Amendment is a paternalistic and libertarian components to it. On one side, all defendants have a right to counsel in criminal cases. A law with the right to have the government appoint counsel if the defendant cannot afford it. All to the end of ensuring that the government does not remove someone's liberty to live freely in society without sound legal representation. On the other side, all defendants, whether lawyers or not, have a right to represent themselves, what amounts to the right to reject counsel and to confront the government alone. Vindication of the goals of the second option often comes at the expense of the goals of the first. Look no further than one reality of self-representation to see the tension. While the Sixth Amendment guarantees a minimum level of competence that all criminal defense lawyers must meet during a criminal case, that guarantee does not apply to self-representation. The right to waive counsel includes the right to waive effective counsel. And 99% of pro se litigants are nowhere near equipped to be in any courtroom representing themselves. The self-lawyer thus is free to behave as the eccentric his client selected, and that is no concern of the Sixth Amendment. Libertarian indeed. All of this confirms that, generally speaking, the only way out of the consequences of bad representation in a self-represented criminal trial is that is proof that the trial court erred in letting the individual represent itself to begin with. Here are the two questions the trial court must answer affirmatively before it allows self-lawyering. Did the defendant expressly waive the right to counsel in a knowing and intelligent manner? And did the defendant have the mental competence to quarterback his own defense? If the answer to either question is no, the judge must appoint counsel. In all other cases, the defendant has the right, the constitutional right, to go it alone. Knowing an intelligent waiver, the first question to answer is whether the defendants properly surrendered their right to counsel. We have oscillated on the appropriate standard of review, at times giving the issue a fresh look, at times reviewing for plain error, and at times omitting any discussion of the relevant standard. Nothing turns on this distinction here. When Bean and Tucci asked to represent themselves, they received all the vetting the law requires. That, see, one thing about it, they're not going to hold your hand or throw you a lifeline when you sink your own boat. Once you knowingly, intelligently waive yourself to counsel, it is presumed that you know the court rules, you know court procedures, you know rules of evidence. And these are the three things that most people never even read. The court rules, the procedures, and the rules of evidence. They don't even read them before they go to court. Because most people think court is all about you telling your facts and the judge automatically siding with it. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So let's just say it's on appeal. These are the rules. The Fourth Circuit. These are the rules. It's everything that you have to know if you were to take your case on appeal. This is everything you have to know. This is everything that you have to know. These are the rules. Do you think the average person is even reading 10 pages of that? Do you think the average person is even reading 5 pages of that? Let's go. The judge gave each defendant a proper Feretta hearing, during which he asked and assessed their answers to the full suite of required questions. He also properly informed them of the severity of the charges against them and the risk of self-representation. Despite these warnings, the defendant remained unequivocal that they wished to proceed alone, and their answers showed engagement with the risk and challenges of self-representation. Being conceded his relative ignorance of the rules of evidence and rules of criminal procedure. 2 of the 3 things I just said.
You're rocking with the best.
Those are 2 of the 3 things I just said. Both defendants, Tucci recognized that despite having gone to law school and been a lawyer at one point, she needed to refresh herself on them as well. Both defendants had the good sense to request standby counsel, even without the judge prompting. Other facts supported the court's decision. Both defendants previously held demanding jobs. Bean was an electrical engineer. You ain't a dummy there. And Tucci was a prosecutor and public defender. Ain't a dummy there. Both had experience representing themselves in court. Bean also did so in a civil dispute. Tucci in a criminal one. The alleged criminal conduct involved complex financial activity, demonstrating that both defendants had plenty of mental acuity. Although not dispositive, neither defendant has any documented history of psychological problems. So basically, they knew what they was doing. They knew what they was doing. They knew what they was doing the whole time. And now they're saying, shouldn't stand trial without a lawyer. But let's go back for a second. That leaves the main challenge both defendants raised to their self-representations, that their idiosyncratic actions and unconventional beliefs establish proof by themselves of unsound mind. But if committing murder does not automatically generate a competency hearing or incompetency finding, we are hard-pressed to understand why fantastic financial crimes will automatically do so. The hard reality is that the libertarian values of the Sixth Amendment allow individuals charged with crimes to act in unorthodox ways, even if that compromises other values of the Sixth Amendment. Just as the First Amendment does not require the individual to accept the most defensible and battle-tested political views, so the Sixth Amendment does not require adherence to orthodox criminal defense strategies, meaning they're basically saying, I mean, you don't have to know the court rules. You don't have to study them to represent yourself. It may cost you, but you don't want to read them. You don't want to study them. All right. In case after case, we have rejected this argument for comparable reasons. The hard fact is that intelligent people, even very intelligent people, can believe baffling things. The same brains that allows them to be very intelligent can, when combined with financial and other stresses, trigger all kinds of irrational behavior. Count Bean and Tucci among that number. Count also the thousands. Count also the thousands of other straw man conspiracy theory proponents nationwide.
You're rocking with the best.
In every class that they hold, every workshop, whether you got to pay for it or whether it's free, it's going to have some elements of the thousands of other straw man conspiracy theory proponents nationwide. These individuals, of course, are misguided, some dangerously so. But that doesn't mean they inhabit a private mental world wholly divorced from reality. And it certainly doesn't shield them from the consequences of their actions.
You're rocking with the best.
Membership in our democracy, sad to say, does not come with an unlimited trust fund. At least a financial one. But it does come with a view of dignity of individuals who make weighty decisions for themselves. That's why they may reject life-saving health care, consent to incriminating searches, conduct their own criminal defense as they see fit. Woo. And perhaps most harmful but rational all the same, confess to the commission of a crime. Exercising these rights sometimes costs individuals more than they ever could stand to gain.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
One second.
Run it up, hey. I'm cooking up dog food. Yeah, she play with the dick with the tossers. Wow. I'm smoking that leaf from Toronto. They watching that whisk like a car show. You look like you wanna get shit off your chest. What's up? I thought so. Okay. I'm back in this game, now you sit at the end of the bench. What's up? I thought so. Okay. Yeah, back in this motherfucker like I left something in this bitch. A whole gallon of the white. I'm getting drunker than a bitch. Big straps with the Mac 11s got me putting extenders in the clip. And lay your shit up on the curb. Like you didn't pay your rent. Okay. Got Papa John dope, but no pizza. The dope with a flipping straight O's in the zippers. Right off the Peter Pan, intake at 9 if you open this Millicent with you. My BBE label with guys on the table. Fuck your scar to your Dracos. This map make you jump, no Chris Carson is stable. You get scot like potatoes. Shorty saying that I am the one. Who the fuck you think she Billie Jean? She want a nigga, put her on the team. After spitting out my kiss, a Listerine.
This is sad, man. Dude lost 13 years of his life behind the same things that I tell people is going to get you in trouble. And that and I just want to know, like, what's the, like, what is trying to get him out of a bill so, like, it, because I'm looking at it like what would cause people to dig themselves more deeper than the current situation they're in. And I think for most people, it's like they just want it both ways in a world that just doesn't work like that. If you're having hard times and it's causing you too much, sometimes you have to learn how to depart from things, even if they're some of your most valuable assets. I mean, as hard as it sounds, it's like we fight so hard to keep things that maybe letting it go will actually be less stress than you trying to keep the thing. No one's saying give up and concede, but it's a very tricky thing. And when you're trying to keep something at the same time not being financially responsible for it, it is a very tricky thing. And these people are not just going to let you get away with it unless you truly, fully understand what you are doing.
You're rocking with the best.
That's like me trying to operate on someone's brain just by watching a video on YouTube about brain surgery. Like, I wouldn't even feel comfortable. I mean, hell no, I ain't touching that person's brain. Like, I just, because I know people know better. I know people know better. I know somewhere in their logical mind is telling them, I don't know about this. And time after time, it's only done just to go consume goods. I guarantee you that let's say some time went by, he's like, government, you see that 31 million? I turned that into 250 million enterprise. Can I give you a big portion of that? The government would have been like, hell fucking yeah. Hell yeah. Yep, pay all this. Yeah, hey, I'll give you all the money back. And it's like, people they go do these things. And in the end, it's always back to square zero, all done for nothing. Like the people that got it, the wife and husband and got indicted, all those checks they got from the IRS, and there's still nothing to show for. There was nothing that was purchased that even after it's all said and done, is still producing income. Nothing that can say, all right, this was worth it. Okay, this was worth it. They all just run out and just go buy goods and consume goods. That's all what it's for. It's not for generational wealth. It's not for leaving a legacy behind. They all say it because if that's what you were doing, then you would be doing that in your everyday life. And you wouldn't attempt to do anything that could jeopardize that end goal of generational wealth. You wouldn't do anything to jeopardize it. And the real part about this is they know they're committing fraud. They know they're breaking the law. They're actively teaching people how to break the law. They know they are. And they still don't care. And they still don't care. PNC received your document directed to executive offices. PNC has read the content carefully and determined that the item does not create a duty with or impose an obligation on PMC. The document has no legal consequences. It's like, that's what I'm saying. This is administrative claim someone sent because they purchased a document to set off their mortgage. And it said the document has no legal consequences. It does not create a duty or impose an obligation. Some trust, I appoint you as a fiduciary, take this, deposit this, go grab it from the trust fund. You may wish to review the following cases in which items similar to the ones you sent to PNC have been rejected by the courts as frivolous. And then they start to name a bunch of cases. But this is from someone trying to set out their mortgage because the teacher told them to do this. You already know who that was. They got that from your man across the street trying to use a bill of exchange or something to set off mortgages. Like it's like little stuff like that. It's sickening, man. Like it's sick. Like it gets to the point where like people deserve not to have nothing. People deserve to be in their positions. At this point, they deserve to be in it because they keep making bonehead decision after bonehead decision after bonehead decision, not knowing every decision that they make is driving them, putting them in a worse position, and they don't even see it as being in a worse position. It's all under the banner of asserting my rights, taking back what's mine, expressing the trust. And the only people who fall for this stuff are people who are in vulnerable financial positions. Because it's those same people got $5 million cash right now. None of this stuff that they're doing would they drop it like a bad habit. The things that people will do to try to get out of an obligation that they actively signed up for is crazy. It's crazy. The things that they actively signed up for. Like, don't want to put the time in, don't want to put the work in. This is all the same stuff that and so don't ask me, well, how you do? Research, study. This was 2010. Jolyn Andrews, plaintiff, United States District Court. That's a memorandum in opinion. Files this pro se action against defendant Select Portfolio Services. Andrew purports to assert claims for breach of contract, fraud, and deceit. Remember when I told y'all yesterday in TikTok, everything is going to come back to a fraud because they don't know how to say anything else but that. But as soon as you use the word fraud, you have automatically subjected yourself to a heightened pleading standard, meaning the bar has been moved way up here. And they all say, what is, remember when I said the mere fact that people are going into court based on the contract is evidence that they have no clue as to how the system works. Remember, they use trust law to siphon the property from us. They use contract law to stick us with the debt. And they use accounting to hide what's really going on. So everybody that's saying, oh, it's all contract law and trust law. Everybody that says that, they have no clue of what's going on. Breach of contract, fraud and deceit, deceptive trade practices, negligent misrepresentation and usury. Defendant submissions have been reviewed and no hearing is necessary. Plaintiff's motion for leave to file a surreply and plaintiff's motion for a hearing For the reasons below, defendant's motion to dismiss is granted. Plaintiff's motions for leave to file a surreply and motion for a hearing is denied. And this is shit don't make no goddamn sense, man. The court reviews the facts related to this claim in the light most favorable to the petitioner. This case involves a residential mortgage loan in default that accredited home lenders made to plaintiff. Remember when I told you they're always going to be in some type of default? I don't know why y'all can't see the screen. Oh, that's why. I don't know why y'all can't see the screen. Oh, y'all should be able to see it now. Remember I told you? It's always after they're in default. It's always after some type of default that they want to bring this up. On October 31st, 05, Joel Andrews, along with Wilbur Andrews Jr., purchased a residence in Frederick, Maryland. And in order to pay for the property, Andrews obtained a residential mortgage loan of $279,000 from Accredited, which was secured against the property. In return for the loan, Andrews promised to make periodic payments of principal and interest to a lender, starting at an annual interest rate of 7.4%. The interest rate is scheduled to adjust in September 2012. Select Portfolio Services did not originate Andrews' loans nor own it, but SPS did acquire the servicing of Andrews' loan on April 2008. It's called mortgage servicing rights. On October 3rd, 2009, Andrews filed for bankruptcy. Andrew contends that she made payments under the terms of her loan through November 08. Andrews state that she stopped paying off her loan at that point because she contends that she believes she had no longer a duty to make payments under the terms of her loan when the self-evident amortization schedule of the loan over the life of its payments, citing the interest to be paid monthly as a part of each monthly payment, did not constitute interest of 7.4% or any future rate calculated in the loan contract on the actual amount that will ever be in risk in the life of the loan contract. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? That's her argument. That's her legal argument. All just words strewn together. It's not even a coherent one. And she's wording it all wrong. On February 26, 2009, Andrews was dismissed from bankruptcy due to her failure to file an amended plan. Andrews subsequently filed the subject 54-page complaint in the Circuit Court for Frederick County, Maryland. On September 17, defendants filed a notice of removal to this court pursuant to 1441 because this court has original diversity jurisdiction. Andrews is a Maryland resident. SPS is a Utah resident, and Andrews asserts amount in controversy over $400,000. Andrews' complaints alleges the following 9 accounts: breach of contract. I told you they don't know nothing but that. Fraud, heightened pleading standard. Deceptive trade practices, negligent misrepresentations, usury, lack of jurisdiction and standing of defendants to enforce rights of contract and foreclosure, breach of contract. Oh my gosh. Misrepresentation of material fact and documents in events of the loan closing, breach of supplement provisions of a contract in law, withholding and material fact, void and unlawful lien. These claims generally assert Accredited did not loan Andrews the full $279,000 principal balance of her loan. That's pretty much what she's saying. Instead, Andrews maintains that because lenders, I told you, this is nothing more than a modern money mechanic argument. Oh my. It's sad, man. It's really sad. Instead, Andrews maintains that because lenders are only required to retain a percentage of assets and deposits under the Federal Reserve System, accredited was only actually placing at risk a small portion of the $279,920 and advanced the remaining amount through a depository institutional credit. So basically, what they're saying is that, let's say the reserve requirement is 10%. So if I deposit $100, the bank only has to keep 10% of that in actual cash on hand to meet that $100 liability. So she's looking at that sense, $279,920 was deposited, the proceeds from the loan, and they only had to keep a fraction of that on deposit. The remaining was loaned to her. So there was the interest is that, see, that's nowhere near how it goes. That's not how financial lending goes. Under Rule 8A, a complaint must contain a short and plain statement of the claim, showing the pleader is entitled to relief. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 8A. Rule 12B6 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedures authorizes the dismissal of a complaint if it fails to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. And therefore, Rule 12B6 motions test the legal sufficiency of a complaint. Does your claim pass the sufficiency test?
You're rocking with the best.
And every class, every claim, every motion, every workshop, all you got to do is take their claims, take their classes, and hold it under judicial light. And I guarantee you, I will bet my whole living body on it that 99.99999% of these teachers' claims and processes, if you hold it under a judicial light, it will get dismissed for failure to state a claim. No matter how much technical they're getting into it, if you hold it under a judicial light, it will be dismissed. That's the reality. A complaint must be dismissed if it does not allege enough facts to state a claim to relief that is plausible on its face. That's Bell Atlantic Corporation versus Twombly. These are the heightened pleading standards. See, when I read court cases, this is the most important part right there, standard of review. Under the plausibility standard, a complaint must contain more than labels and conclusions or formulaic recitation of the elements of a cause of action in order to survive a motion to dismiss. But guess what? Every single one of these pro se motions, this is exactly what they do. Thus, a court considering a motion to dismiss choose to begin by identifying pleadings that, because they are no more than conclusions, are not entitled to the assumption of truth. They're all just conclusions, basically saying, Your Honor, I believe this happened, and they did this, and they did that. No legal basis to support it, no factual evidence to support it. They think court is all about just going there and telling your version of events and waiting for the judge to rule in your favor. And this is why, when I told you I was at court about 12 days ago, when I was in a hallway talking to my peoples and two lawyers were sitting on the bench and a deputy was walking by, and I was telling my peoples that court is more about rules and procedure than the actual facts of the case. And they were in conversation and they looked at, that is true. The lawyers, that is true. And the deputy just so happened to walk by. He's like, sadly, yeah, that's true. Sadly, that is true. And this is what I mean. Well pleaded factual allegations contained in the complaint are assumed to be true, even if they are doubtful in fact. Factual allegations. So, in order for her to say where her allegations was, she would have to have actual facts. Now, this is where we get to these teachers' teachings. See, when these teachers out here teach, you may think it's all facts what they're saying, but it's more of their opinion on how it goes. It's more opinion masquerading as facts. But legal conclusions are not entitled to judicial deference. Twombly, stating that courts are not bound to accept as true a legal conclusion couched as a factual allegation. Thus, even though Rule 8 marks a notable and generous departure from the hyper-technical cold pleading regimen of applied era, it does not unlock the doors of discovery for a plaintiff armed with nothing more than conclusions. And that is all these teachers have, is nothing but conclusions. This is what I think how it goes. Nothing factual to support it. And this is the motion where 98%, this is the motion where 98% of pro se litigants can never survive, is a Rule 12b-6 motion. They can never survive it. And this is why 98% of cases are thrown out at the initial stage. As soon as they file their lawsuit, it is thrown right on out. It's thrown out because it does not state a claim, a claim that's plausible on its face upon which relief can be granted. It never does. They never can. One second. They never can. They never can do it.
It's good, y'all. So, this was in response to my motion to dismiss because my client was being sued by a company that purchased the debt and they filed a lawsuit. She owed $17,000. I filed a motion to dismiss knowing that it was premature, knowing that it may get denied at this stage, because if you look right here, judge's response. But what most people don't understand is that I have top elite court litigation skills, so I really filed this motion to set a trap. So I was ordered to respond. So you can imagine that, well, if they denied your motion to dismiss and everything in this response was the same thing I filed in my motion to dismiss. See, I set a trap not only for the company, but for the judge too, because I know court strategy and how to structure a motion where the judge is basically can't even rule against me. Now, most people would say, well, if you filed the same things, double down on your position in your actual response, then to your motion to dismiss, there's no way that the case is going to move to pretrial or a conference. They're going to get awarded because you didn't win your motion to dismiss, right? But like I said, I set a trap. Now, look at the yellow highlighted. You see,
you're rocking with
I pretty much handicapped the judge and not giving them a judgment right at the beginning because they wanted a judgment. But what I did with the motion to dismiss, I laid the trap and then I came back with the response that pretty much handicapped the judge. Now it's our turn. Now we're about to move for summary judgment. And this is going to be another victory. New culture.
According to your conversation with
To survive a Rule 12b6 motion, the legal framework of the complaint must be supported by factual allegations that raise a right to relief above the speculative level. The Supreme Court has recently explained that threadbare recitals of the elements of a cause of action supported by mere conclusory statements do not suffice to plead a claim. And that is exactly what 98% of people do. Of the elements of a cause of action. On a spectrum, the plausibility standards requires that the pleader show more than a sheer possibility of success, although it does not impose a probability requirement. Instead, a claim has facial, mean on its face, just by reading it, plausibility when the plaintiff pleads factual content that allows the court to draw the reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for the misconduct alleged. A threadbare recital of the elements of a cause of action is a legal phrase used by courts, especially at the Bell Atlantic versus Twombly and Ashcroft versus Iqbal, to describe a complaint that merely lists the legal elements of a claim without proving actual factual allegations to support it. And that is the part that's missing from a lot of these pro se's or teachers that are teaching them. They may list the legal elements of the claim, but they never ever come with the factual allegations to back it up. A threadbare recital means you state the legal elements. The defendant breached the contract without any specific factual detail. What contract, how they breach, when, where, what damages resulted. And this is the reason why courts reject it, because under Twombly and Iqbal, courts require plausible facts, not just legal conclusions. A complaint that only gives threadbare recitals is considered conclusory and can be dismissed under Rule 12b6. So examples like the defendant engaged in fraud by making false statements which plaintiff relies on, causing damages. That's the elements part. It's not the fact. Another way of saying that, on March 12, 2023, defendant emailed plaintiff stating that the vehicle had no prior accidents. A Carfax report shows 2 prior collisions. Plaintiff purchased the vehicle for $18,500 in reliance on this misrepresentation and later incurred repair expenses. So that's where you provided the who, the defendant, the what that they did, the when on the date, the where, the location, how. People are doomed. At bottom, the court must draw on its judicial experience and common sense to determine whether the pleader has stated a plausible claim for relief. And this is the reason why they tell everybody, don't go to court, stay out of court. You don't got to go to court, because they know that all those documents, all those administrative documents, all those claims are
filled with misunderstanding of the financial system, this pseudo legal financial way. They think the financial system operates the way they teach, and it has nothing to do with it. Some pay your bills, secret trust account. They know that none of their claims will ever survive in court. This is why they don't want y'all to even add court to your repertoire, because they know they can't prove. Ask any teacher, any of them, hey, how would this claim look in court? And guess what they're going to say? We don't go to court over here. We don't need to go to court over here. Well, what if they deny me? I buy this administrative claim for you. What if they deny me? They're not going to deny you. I'm saying, okay, but you can't predict. My company is ABC Corporation. What if they do? How can I evidence this in court in a legal, factual allegations? How can I prove this? They will gaslight you. They will lie. They'll make up an answer on the fly. They can never prove what they teach in court. All you gotta do is just ask them. Andrew's motion to dismiss. Andrew's complaint is based upon an invalid legal theory. And this is the theory that they use to file tax returns. This is the theory that they use for everything, especially on TikTok. The vapor money theory states that any debt based upon a loan of credit rather than legal tender is unenforceable. This was argued in Johnson versus Deutsche Bank. This theory has been consistently rejected by federal courts as frivolous and insufficient to withstand a motion to dismiss. But these are the same things that they will tell you to send to the company. This is why they don't ever want you to go to court with it. They all want to administrative claim your ass to death. This is why they stay away from courts. All the plaintiff's claims are based in whole or in part on this frivolous theory, and they are therefore subject to dismissal. That was the synopsis of that case. Another case, Richardson versus Deutsche Bank, holding that the vapor money theory is patently frivolous and a waste of judicial resources. Andrews' claims in count 1 through 5, 7, and 8 are all based on the allegation that a creditor did not risk its own or its depositor's assets when it lent her $279,920 to purchase her home in October 2005, but instead only actually put at risk $8,397.60. Andrews explains that this smaller amount was the cash reserve requirement ratio, fractional reserve percentages of accredited assets and deposits required to be held and actually placed at the risk of the actual face principal of the loan in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Reserve System. Thus, according to Andrews, accredited risk $8,397.60 of its own assets, and the remaining $272,522.40 was free credit from the Federal Reserve. In counts 6 and 9, Andrews attempts to state a claim of fraud by alleging that Accretion made misrepresentations by not informing her that the lender was loaning her credit and not hard money. Although Andrews contends that she has not espoused the vapor money theory as the basis of her claim, all of her claims all plainly rely upon the very essence of the vapor money theory. Since that legal theory is invalid, Andrew's complaint must be dismissed. And this is another thing. They always say, this ain't sovereign citizen. No, it ain't. It's constitutional law. It's asserting my rights. But what they don't tell you is it all still has the hallmarks of people that actually called themselves sovereign citizens. See, people act like that people didn't call themselves sovereign citizens. They act like they didn't call themselves sovereign citizens back then, but they actually did. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Alicia Martini.
And then I don't see Ms. Millar up there. Ms. Moore, are you covering that one from here?
Your Honor, Ms. Martini is pro se.
You'll never believe it, but Miss Martini got a DUI. Then the Martini made me think Eric Martin. So George, bottom right.
Of this year.
Wait, ma'am. Okay. So it's on the case ending in 853. Retrial.
Your Honor, on 6/6 of this year.
Wait, ma'am. Just give me a minute, please, ma'am. 25 DV 1023. She's here on a warrant return on that case. She's held on bail on the other case. This is the arraignment on the protection order case. But it looks like
She has declined counsel. She wishes
okay.
to
So
represent herself.
okay. So hang on just a minute. No trial dates are set on that, on the protection order case. The trial. Okay, so ma'am, your name is Alicia Martini?
Yes, sir.
And then you're here on a couple of things. You have a, that are unrelated. You have some driving offense, driving with license suspended in the 3rd degree, as well as operating a motor vehicle with ignition interlock. Without an ignition interlock when it's previously ordered. And then
My original DUI was thrown out.
Just let me, ma'am, let me finish. I'm just telling you what your charges are now. I don't know about prior charges. That's a charge. You may have a defense to it. I'm just saying that's what you're charged with right now. You're also charged with 1 count of violation of a protection order. And then you haven't been arraigned on that. We're gonna do that at some point today. So on the violation of a no contact order, and again, these are just allegations, that's a gross misdemeanor. That carries with it a maximum of 364 days in jail and a $5,000 fine. So anytime anyone's ever charged with a crime, they have a number of rights. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, I can appoint an attorney to represent you at little or no cost. You have the right to a trial by jury in the county where the crime is alleged to have been committed. You have the right to hear and question witnesses called by the prosecution. You also have the right to call witnesses in your own behalf, and I can require the attendance of your witnesses through the use of subpoena. You're presumed to be not guilty of the crime charge. You cannot be found guilty unless the prosecution proves the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt at trial, or unless you enter a plea of guilty. You have the right to remain silent. You're not required to testify against yourself. Same time, you do have the right to testify on your own behalf if you choose to do so. And finally, if you take this matter to trial and lose or are convicted, you would have the right to appeal your court. Do you understand all those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I want to go back to that first right, and that's the right to an attorney. That's an important, and if you can't afford one, as I said, I can appoint one to represent you. And I'm fully prepared to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case that you're in front of me here right now. And most people, pretty much everyone else, when they get the opportunity to have an attorney appointed to represent them, they jump at that chance. But I'm told that you're not as inclined to take advantage of that offer.
Yeah, I'm a sovereign citizen, Your Honor.
Okay. You're a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, I'm a sovereign citizen, Your Honor.
Okay. You're a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, I'm a sovereign citizen, Your Honor.
Okay. You're a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, I'm a sovereign citizen, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're rocking with the best.
Sovereign. What was the word we just heard? I'm a sovereign citizen. So when they say, "Oh, people actually admit to being that," I don't care. Just because you don't admit it, your documents still reflect it from the ones who do admit it. For the ones who do admit to being it. So I assist people with court strategies, these classes, property owner. I get my property set up for, renting out and to answer the question, so I have investment property that I rent out, it's vacation, investment property owner. That's what you want to call it. And I rent that out to people for, of course, a fee. I've already showed that I'm an owner of that, in case you want to see again. It's a luxury 2-bedroom condo. I'm an owner of that. So we can. Any more questions? Whatever your name is. You got any more questions? What I do? Want to see my yearly financial statements? You want to see that too? Let me guess. You want to see that too, huh? As a matter of fact, put you in timeout for a day. Put that person in timeout. As the Supreme Court explained, in this case, Andrews claims that SPS are based upon the unsupported assumption that SPS is responsible for Crutch's actions. However, Andrews never explained how SPS is responsible for their actions. Instead, Andrews concedes that accredited originated her loan and that SPS cannot foreclose on her home from accredited because SPS has not been established as the legal holder of the debt. Further, in her opposition, Andrews stated that she brought a suit against SPS because it had been impossible to tell who is the party to sue here. Since Andrews has not provided any support for assertions that SPS is liable for accredited actions, her complaint must be dismissed. And we can just go on and on and on and on and on and on. It just dismissal after dismissal after dismissal after dismissal after dismissal. So
Morris? This is her motion to set aside default.
It is indeed. And we did file
I'm here, Judge. I'm sorry. I couldn't get my phone on to work.
All right, it's her. Oh, there you are. Hello, you're staying.
Here, Morris.
All right. This is your request to set aside the default.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the basis? You said you were unaware of the hearing?
No, so I was aware of the hearing. I was available for the first hearing. The attorney's office reached out to me and let me know that the staff needed some to be trained and that they were looking to resolve. So I had to keep reaching out, and nobody reached out to try to come to a resolve. So when the court date did, I'm working a contract with veterans in Las Vegas right now. So that is the reason why that I could not make it. I do believe my Zoom hearing was denied. So that's why I need to file a motion to actually be here.
Okay, have the funds been paid to the landlord?
So that was the situation court date. Just in agreement of what funds they're saying are owed is not accurate.
Okay, I took a judgment, or a judgment was taken in November for $1,571.06. You're saying you don't owe that amount?
Yes, sir. That judge was the day that I was not there. So we were supposed to try to come to a resolve. The issue actually stemmed from May. And Rachel Dornbush, I did speak with her on the issue in May. She did try to correct some things that we did not come to an agreement. There was a court date scheduled for May 16th, but somehow that was dismissed. But even on the Arborwood's paperwork, they still had down that I had a balance. So we still should have been in court. So that is, I guess they didn't communicate that with their attorney, because this is like all the way from May. So this issue has never been taken care of.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm looking at the ledger, and the reason that the case was dismissed is because there was a balance. I mean, there was a credit. I mean, there was nothing due and owing. So the case was dismissed for that reason. Your Honor, first and foremost, I mean, I'm going to object to the motion even proceeding because none of that was stated in the motion. The motion says I was unaware of the hearing.
So you have to put everything in your motion. You can't leave it out the motion and then come to court and try to argue something. Rules, procedure. They're going to hold you to that strict standard. You can't leave nothing out. You can't leave nothing out.
There was something more that needed to be addressed as a part of this motion. Ms. Moore should have included that in the motion instead of making a false statement alleging that she was unaware of the hearing. That is verbatim what her motion says. I was unaware of the hearing, and this was only filed beyond 10 days because of the holiday. Well, if she was aware of the hearing, then she could have filed her motion on November 19th, November 20th. She could have filed it long before the holiday occurred, which prevented her allegedly from getting to the court to do it. So I'm going to object, Your Honor, that this motion hearing even moves forward on that basis. And I am going to request actual attorney's fees because the motion that was filed is clearly erroneous and a false statement was made to the court.
I actually did file more than one motion. The motion that I did file for the Zoom hearing, it was actually denied. So I did have to file another motion. And I did speak with two representatives at the court. One of the girls' name was Ashley, and they did let me know that I did have that time to, I actually sent a paper and I took a scan of it, and I sent it in with the explanation of what was going on with the case. So I think you may have read it incorrectly. I can pull it up.
Supreme Elite Team, what is the number one thing that I tell you that these attorneys are going to use against you? These attorneys are going to use procedure to stick you. If you don't know rules and procedures, these attorneys are going to know that you don't know, and they don't even have to give it to your actual argument. They're going to, Your Honor, this is invalid. Your Honor, they didn't follow the rules. Your Honor, this is invalid. Your Honor, this is untimely. Your Honor, this doesn't meet the court standard. Your Honor, this doesn't pass Rule 304. Your Honor, this is invalid under Rule 7. And they're going to throw it out. Court is more about rules and procedure than the actual arguments. I don't know how many times I got to say it.
And I can read it to you now. But the only reason why I was not there is because we were supposed to come to a resolve and no one ever reached out. And Rachel Dornbush, when you're speaking on it was a zero balance, if you check back onto your attorney's documents, onto your client's documents on the ledger, the same day that I spoke with you and you put that credit onto my account and we did not agree on my rental rate, they went back and put a non-sufficient funds fee there.
Emotions, it doesn't matter in the courtroom. Do you see how she's getting a little? None of that matters in court.
So on the same day, there was definitely a balance and we should have been in court on the 16th. They didn't communicate that with you. My rent was supposed to go up.
First of all,
I'm sorry.
there was, and I'm just to try to get the order of this, and I don't know if you've got this, Ms. Dornbush, what I have.
I got you. Y'all hit the like. Hit the like too. Like, share, drop a comment, share.
Exactly
share,
what
share,
you stated
share.
on the motion. On her request for a Zoom hearing, she just had indicated that she's currently working out of the state of Las Vegas. I was hoping to come and I have not received a call back yet. I can get a flight after work, but I'd be late for court. Please allow me to appear via Zoom. There's a 3-hour time difference.
And so I believe that was in the Zoom request, Your Honor, that was submitted to the court the day before the hearing on, I think, November 17th at around 3:30 p.m., which was after she contacted our office on the same day. She contacted our office around 3 p.m. and was reminded of the in-person bench trial scheduled for the 18th. But her motion that was filed with the court says, I was unaware of the hearing and it's only after 10 days because of the holiday.
That was what she put in writing. So legally, she can only argue that. Kiera Morris can't start talking about anything that wasn't put into the motion because the other party has a right to defend it. You can't blindside anyone in court. The other side can't blindside. Whatever your art, you got to have it all on paper when you file it. If you forget it, you lose it.
That is false. Ms. Morris was
absolutely not true.
100% aware of the hearing.
If we're speaking on things, I'm sorry, my phone blanked out. If that may have been, I did file 2 motions. So I don't know if both of them actually came through. I can pull up the ones that I have and I can send it back into the court.
Ma'am,
So
I have your signature on a motion to set aside the default. And under paragraph 2, you're asking the court to set aside the judgment. And it indicates that it must be filed within 10 days of the default judgment. And then it's because, and you wrote in.
Yeah, I know this may seem boring and uneventful and not entertaining, but if you see how many people lives are being destroyed every day for the sole purpose of ignorance of the law, you would be surprised. You wouldn't think it's not boring then. Evictions, repossessions, they're losing all day, every day. It's because they don't know the rules. They don't know the procedure. This actually helps saves people. And this is what the Supreme Elite Team University is going to be. I'm telling you, it's all good. It may seem insignificant now until shit hits the fans, and then people are going to wish they knew what to do in those situations.
I was unaware of the hearing, and it's only after 10 days because of the holiday. The first part of that is it's patently false. You were aware of the hearing because you filed the request for a Zoom on that, so you knew the hearing was taking place.
And that is true. Once the judge sees cracks in your story, it's going to take a hell of a lot for the other side to change the judge's like perception of what's going on. It's like you mess up once, like they got to mess up more to bring it back to your side.
And then you said it's after 10 days because of the holiday. I don't even get that because the judgment was on November 18th, and there's at least really 7 days, well, more than 7 days before the holiday. There was like 9 days before the holiday that you could have filed it. So,
and I'm
and it did
confused
not
on the
get filed.
motion.
It
Go
did
ahead.
not get filed with us until December 1st was your signature, and that's when our timestamp is.
And yes, I
So-
do. I'm not trying to cut you off. I did call in. She did let me know that I had a few more days, and she let me know that I had to file the motion. I have the emails from you guys, and I never got the $20, I guess the check thing to actually put the motion in online. So I had to have someone come up there and do it. I would have had the motion in prior to that. My Zoom hearing was denied, and I did submit a piece of paper with a lengthy information on what we're talking about. This is the same conversation that we had prior to when the other attorney decided that they needed to train staff and we're trying to come to a resolve. So my information hasn't changed and my issue hasn't changed either. And if we would have been in court in May, because that ledger says that I had a balance.
Ma'am, trying to go back to May, Ms. Dornbush just stated you had a credit on your account, and that's why they dismissed it.
Correct, the same day, Judge. Ms. Dornbush is not acknowledging that her client put a non-sufficient funds fee and reversed that payment back onto my ledger after I spoke with her.
When are you saying that happened?
That happened on the same day on 5/6 of 2025.
Do you see that on the account, Ms. Dornbush?
I do see that, Your Honor, and I believe I can't speak to it with certainty because I was unaware of that until Ms. Morris brought that up. But if a dismissal had already been submitted to the court, my client would have then had to motion the court to reinstate the case, number one, to try to pursue those amounts. And following that, Ms. Morris did continue to make payments on the account in June. Payments were made and credits were done to the account, leaving a balance of $50.49. And so I don't believe my client felt there was a reason to reinstate based on subsequent payments being made.
Well, sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Just to let you know, Ms. Dornbush, because I know you didn't speak to your client. I spoke to them and we were going back and forth. They ignored my phone calls, a whole lot of things. That was done probably about 2 hours after me and you had spoke. And they literally have it on the ledger. They knew about it and it took over 30 days for them to actually correct that. And they also put a $30 late fee onto May's rent as well. So this is an issue that needed to be addressed because just like with the $2, my rent was supposed to go up in August. That's a whole 12 months. So I understand
what is her current balance?
The current balance, Your Honor, hold on. I've got to find the current ledger that I have for this case. Give me just one moment. With December, Your Honor, $2,364.19.
And ma'am, if I take everything that you're saying, how much are you saying you owe?
Honestly, Judge, there was a discrepancy in
I know
September.
that.
Okay,
So
I'm saying in
you tell
September.
me,
Yeah.
taking out all of that, how much do you think you owe right now?
I think I owe them around $300 from the discrepancy that the office made in September sending out a notice, 7-day notice, saying that my rent was owed was $360.
You see the judge when he sat back in his chair and leaned back, that's basically saying, girl, you done lost your mind.
December rent?
Yes, I did. I paid it into escrow at the court, and I did that with November's rent as
Okay,
well.
I got 700. So you're saying that if I take that 700 off, add the 300, so basically $1,000, that you're saying that there's an error on your account in the amount of $1,364.19.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely not, Your
You
Honor.
can say absolutely not
Where
if you
is
look at
that
the
going to
first.
come from, ma'am?
So where it's coming from is my lease is supposed to start in August. They charged me a lease increase in May, June, and July. My lease is supposed to be from 8/1/2024 to.
All right, so in May, June, and July, what are you saying they charged?
They charged me $694 for lot rent.
And if you're saying that, what should it have been?
My lot rent should have been $657.
So that's about a $50 difference each of those months.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You are 1,300 to the negative, and you talking about 3 months. Let's just give you the 50. You talking about $150.
That's $150.
On top of late fees.
So how many late fees?
They charge you 2 late fees per month.
Okay, so even if they did
$85 per
that,
month.
Thank you, Judge. We get to the say. Even if they did all that, none of that covers $1,300. Like it just doesn't mathematically add up.
And Ms. Dornbush, maximum amount of late fees per month is what?
Your Honor, the late fees total per month is $55 that gets charged on after the 5th, and $30 that gets charged on the 21st. So it's $85 a month. However, let me go look at.
See, but here's one of the things that's so important. Those late fees, like when you late making your payment, they charge you a late fee. With the Supreme Elite Team University, you're actually going to know what those late fees actually go towards. Those late fees ain't nothing more than just a kickback to the company. It does nothing. That's extra money in their pockets. So you can imagine why they put you will be assessed a late fee under contract, so they can account for it in a manner that puts more revenue in it. See, it's even down to those little things.
Ms. Morris's ledger and see if she's actually making these payments timely, because if she's not making her payments timely, whether there's a discrepancy or not, the late fee would have hit.
Okay,
So
I hear you on that. But what I'm getting at is your numbers aren't matching, because even if I take 85, give me 85 times 3, give me 85 times 4.
5 times 4, 340.
340. So I've got 150 and 340. Where else are you claiming that there's a discrepancy of some type?
Okay, so moving forward, if you look at July, well, you took that. If you say my rent was $657 in July, I went into the office. They locked my mailbox, and I have been kicked out of the customer portal to pay online. So I get charged a $10 fee with every payment.
Ma'am, listen to me.
I'm expecting you to say, I made a $700 payment that they never credited. You talking about 10, girl, if you don't get out of here.
Listen to me. You are claiming that there is some $1,300, almost $1,400, that is a discrepancy on your account. I'm asking you for where that discrepancy is.
Okay,
you
sir.
are giving me 150. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm just saying, where are you getting these numbers?
So where I'm getting these numbers from are my ledger. It started in May. So they put a non-sufficient funds fee on the account. After they put that non-sufficient funds fee, they added that money that was owed for May, the rent, they added that onto June. I have a 7-day notice from June. It says my rent at the top of the paper is $657, but they're not putting that onto the ledger. So that is incurring a balance. They put the non-sufficient funds fee, put the 718 back onto my ledger around June 12th or June 13th. Moving forward, we still had a balance in July. No one is trying to come to an agreement about the balance with my ledger. So it kept on incurring. Then we get to August. I go into the office, they say I owe $175. So she says, well, you know what? Since you've been locked out of your account, her name is Dana. She said, you've been locked out of your account. We'll credit you those $10 fees back. I'll do 17 of them. We're going to investigate. We'll do more. Kenya just took those $170 credits off in October. Those were supposed to be taken off in August. I paid my October rent to the office. They told the court that they didn't have any rent. If you look at 9/6 on my 7-day notice, Kenya, the new manager, sent out a letter saying I owe $360.
Ma'am, you are telling me
She's frothing out the mouth and all that. So I get okay, but it's still not adding up.
that there's some $1,300, $1,400. You are not telling me where those numbers are coming from. You have given me a total amount of $490, basically, that you're saying shouldn't be on your account.
I said there's a total, the $450, if you look at my ledger that I paid in September, that was supposed to be the total balance owing for September. That was a staff error. It was $360. I made a $450 payment to cover the late fees. So I should not have a balance. That was a staff error, not my fault. They sent me one paper in the mail and they sent another paper to the court. They also tried to steal my money order. I also submitted to the court the payments that are made on their check system. My money order from May is not in that check system. Kenya, the manager, asked me, well, did they actually put it back into the check system? I said, I don't know. So I asked her, could I have proof? So all of this, my account is screwed up since May because of these different charges. They're saying I owe $2,000, but they also charged me a late fee and my rent was in escrow. In November, my rent was paid to the office. The only time my rent was short was in September of 2025. And that was a staff office error. That was not a tenant error. I paid what they said was owed. Then they turn around the same day and send the court the same paper with different numbers on it. That's not my fault. All of their information that they even sent into the court with my lot rent. Sometimes it's $266, sometimes it's $391. And Rachel Dornbush, you or the rest of your colleagues never addresses it. They started my lease last year in 2024 in July. It was supposed to start in August.
Ma'am, here's the problem. Problem is your motion says none of this.
And that is the issue. Her motion just says the 10 days, wasn't aware. But she gets the court. You see what I'm saying? It's all moot because you really can't argue it because you didn't put it in your motion.
Is that my motion, a motion that I did, or did someone else do that?
I don't know.
Because I can send it back in. I can send proof back in.
Ma'am, you know, if you keep interrupting me, because I'm about done. You're not answering my question. You're not giving me the figures. You gave me some figures which amount to 490, but that doesn't even make any sense to me.
Okay. My question is, how does it not make sense for me, but it makes sense from the attorney? You're being biased.
I'm done. You're not going to interrupt me.
You're very biased.
You're not gonna keep interrupting me. Motion.
And this is what happens when you don't understand legal warfare and your emotions are getting caught up in the mix. This is what happens every single incy wincy time. This is how they act when they realize they're losing and not getting their way.
sense from me, but it makes sense from the attorney. You're being biased.
I'm done. You're not
You're
gonna
biased.
interrupt me.
You're very biased.
You're not gonna keep interrupting me. Motion
Sorry,
denied.
I was never trying to interrupt you. You're very
Motion denied,
biased.
writ may issue. Thank you.
You're very
I'm done.
biased and disrespectful.
I'm done.
It doesn't matter. You're disrespectful.
How was the judge being disrespectful? How is the judge being? I told you, as soon as they don't get their way, the real them, this is the opportunity for them to show their. This is the opportunity for them. How was the judge being disrespectful?
Motion
Sorry,
denied.
I was never trying to interrupt
Motion
you. You're very
denied,
biased.
writ may issue. Thank you.
You're very
I'm done.
biased and disrespectful.
I'm done.
It doesn't matter. You're disrespectful and you're very biased. You need to do your job. You don't know how to do your job. That's all.
Her. I am done. Motion denied.
Your Honor, I would request that the monies held in escrow. I think, Your Honor.
The monies held in escrow are released to plaintiff and will be applied to the account balance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have an attorney. You have a boss as well. You're very biased, rude, and disrespectful.
Mute her and kick her out of the meeting.
What the heck?
Hey guys, welcome to today's video. Because we're diving into not one, but two sovereign citizen masterpieces from two completely different courtrooms. First up is a guy who proudly holds a driver's license and a license to carry, yet somehow refuses to consent to using his own legal name. A full buffet of mid-tier sovereign logic. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. And buckle up, because today's sovereign citizen is out here collecting L's like it's his full-time profession. Honestly, for him, losing isn't an accident, it's a lifestyle. We're covering 3 separate cases and 6 full hearings, each one a fresh episode of how to ruin your own day in court. This man turns every appearance into a self-inflicted disaster, and trust me, it only gets worse from here. Let's get into it.
We are on the record with file number 22-186783, JP Morgan Chase Bank versus Marcus Campbell, date and time for pretrial. Appearances.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Jim McCardle on behalf of JP Morgan Chase, P numbers 82443.
And your name, sir?
Name for the record is, I'm the authorized representative here on special appearance, the director and the beneficiary of the legal name of Marcus Campbell.
Are you Marcus Campbell or not?
I am.
All right. Where are we on this file, gentlemen?
Well, Your Honor, I filed a motion for summary disposition. I've received a notice from the court saying that this was a final settlement conference, but I was hoping that the court was going to take up my motion for summary disposition. I've not received an answer or any kind of a responsive pleading to my motion for summary disposition. There have been numerous filings by the defendant, virtually none of which I understand.
It's all right, Mr. McCardle. The problem isn't you. When a document is pure nonsense, the giveaway is the nonsense dripping out of every line. Nobody expects you to interpret something the defendant himself doesn't understand. Honestly, the guy who sold him that fantasy paperwork didn't get it either. It's just confusion being handed down like a family tradition, generation after generation of legal gibberish.
So that's, as far as I'm aware, what the status of the case is.
Mr. Campbell, did you receive his motion for summary disposition?
I have sent a brief. I sent a brief to the courts.
Sir, are you listening to me?
Did you hear what I just said?
No.
I just answered. I sent the brief.
I asked you if you received his motion for summary disposition.
Yes, I have.
Okay. So then I'll just calendar it. That's all. Is there anything else outstanding?
Not that I'm aware, Your Honor.
Anything else outstanding, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, I do have something. I did respond to the courts and to the complainants.
Okay.
But before this matter go any further, I would expect 21 days and a provided proof of claim of evidence of the legal and lawful authority of the public to bring this to me.
So now you see when he be Supreme University. Look. Legal, lawful. I told you.
You're asking for discovery, adorable, but you do realize that actually requires a real motion, filed correctly, served correctly, and unfortunately for you, written in actual legal English. That means you'll need to put down the sovereign citizen coloring book and save at least one breakfast crayon to draft something that resembles a motion, because that's the only way this request is ever leaving the launchpad.
Okay. Sir, you can file whatever motion you want. Right now, I'm going to calendar Mr. McCardle's motion for summary disposition. That if you want, you say you filed an answer to it, we'll be prepared to go forward then. The motion for summary disposition, gentlemen, will be heard April 10 at 11 o'clock. We are going to call file number 22-186-783, JP Morgan Chase versus Marcus Campbell, date and time for a motion for summary disposition. Could I have your appearances?
Of course, Your Honor. Jim McCardle appearing on behalf of JP Morgan Chase.
Bar number?
82443.
And your name, sir?
Marcus Campbell in special appearance.
Mr. McCardle, this is your motion.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we had issued demand to the defendant on March 15th of 2022. Receiving no answer, we then filed suit against the defendant on May 13th of 2022. Proof of service was finally obtained on September 26th of 2022. The answer was filed on November 14th of 22. And then we subsequently filed our motion for summary disposition on 12/15/2022.
Okay. So it goes back to what I normally always says. We're going to round it back because I know we're speaking fast. So pay attention to the part where they filed their motion. They served him proof of service. He responded to the motion. And then as soon as he responded, as Marcus Campbell, they filed for summary judgment. Remember, I told you that's exactly how it goes 99.99% of the time. They sue you. You respond. As soon as you respond, they move for summary judgment. Want to know why? Because there's no real legal defenses in how they articulate their argument. Nothing that meets the courtroom standard as a legal defense. And once the opposing attorney reads that and concludes there's no legal defense, what do? Move for summary judgment because there's no material issue of fact. This is why they do it. So let's go back.
So 2022.
This is your motion.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we had issued demand to the defendant on March 15th of 2022. Receiving no answer, we then filed suit against the defendant on May 13th of 2022. Proof of service was finally obtained on September 26th of 2022. The answer was filed on November 14th of 22.
So he filed his answer in November. Now,
and then we subsequently filed our motion for summary disposition on 12/15/2022.
Damn. This circus has been running since May of 2022. If sovereign citizens have a single Olympic level skill, it's their uncanny ability to turn the simplest case into a never-ending endurance event. They stall, delay, dodge, and drag things out like it's their personal art form. But here's the punchline. No matter how long they stretch the timeline, the ending never changes. They lose every single time.
A series of responses, as it were filed, the last of which is a response to plaintiff's counter-defendant's motion to strike, in which the defendant has a number of things, but the chief among them, in paragraphs 5 and 6, the defendant agrees with our motion, the allegations in our motion, that he's in default, and that there is currently due and owing a balance of $18,610.79. And then he in paragraph 8 in our motion says defendant's answer fails to refute the obligation of the plaintiff. The response is defendant counter plaintiff agrees. However, defendant counter plaintiff's pleadings are not redundant, immaterial, impertinent, scandalous, or indecent in manner. So I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. The upshot of this is, Judge.
What the hell? What does that mean? I'm lost.
Counter plaintiff's pleadings are not redundant, immaterial, impertinent, scandalous, or indecent in manner.
You know what that looks like? That looks like something he just printed off from online, because they all just print stuff online. And look at the logic. They'll print it off, file it, get into court, and don't know what to do, because they think that, all right, file it, it's supposed to magically go away. They never prepare for the legal back and forth. File, dismiss, and court doesn't operate like that.
So I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. The upshot of this is, Judge, there's one other thing. Yeah, he suggests in his paragraph 1E that my client is practicing law without a license. Well, we're here on behalf of our clients, so my client corporation is not acting without an attorney, so that's irrelevant. So basically what I'm asking for is judgment.
You see what happens when you don't even know the simple structures of a corporation and how they get lawyers and attorneys to represent them? You see, all this just gives the opposing counsel more confidence. He clearly doesn't understand what's going on. Clearly, sovereign citizen or not, this is what I mean. And this is why you all should be in the Supreme Elite Team University.
You're rocking with the best.
In the amount of $18,610.79.
You're rocking
in
with
essence,
the
because
best.
the defendant has agreed that he owes the money.
I'm definitely seeing a theme here. The last sovereign citizen did the exact same thing, spent the whole hearing screaming about a debt that never existed, then accidentally confirmed every detail of it on the record. That's what happens when your entire legal strategy is ripped straight from pro se for dummies. You don't just weaken your own argument, you end up building the other side's case brick by brick without even noticing.
Mr. Campbell, your response.
I disagree, and I'll stand on my brief.
And you stand on your pleadings. Okay.
Which was
all right. The court's prepared to move forward in this matter. This is a motion for summary. Just
hold on. You're not going to argue it? You're not going to point out like key elements that gives you a cause of action? Oh God.
Position filed on behalf of plaintiff and notice for hearing today. Plaintiff's motion for summary disposition was filed on December 15th, 2022. Following that date, the court's register of action does not appear that any pleadings were filed by the defendant. Michigan Court Rule 2.116G4 is relevant here. A motion under sub-rule C10 must specifically identify the issues as to which a moving party believes there is no genuine issue as to any material fact. When a motion under sub-rule C10 is made and supported as provided in this rule, an adverse party may not rest upon the mere allegations or denials of his pleadings, but must, by affidavits or otherwise provided in this rule, set forth specific facts showing that there's a genuine issue for trial.
Court rules and procedure. That's why I asked. I said, bro, you're not about to argue nothing. You're not about to point out some in your brief. So he said he gonna rest on his brief, but in a motion for summary judgment disposition, you can't just rest on your brief because obviously it is your brief that you filed in which the other opposing party said, "Oh, he ain't even raised no legal defenses here." So you gotta say something. And this is what happens when you get $18,000 and now you don't want to pay it back.
If the adverse party does not so respond, judgment, if appropriate, shall be entered against him or her.
So since he refused to respond or argue, do something, and says, I rest on my brief. And you want to know why they rest on the brief when they do it? Because they don't know how to put a legal argument together in court. And the ones who do speak, all they do is proceed to read their entire brief that they already filed with the court onto the record.
No response was filed to the plaintiff's motion for summary disposition. However, in his earlier pleading, which is really not relevant because they were not, once again, filed in response here, the defendant admitted that he owed the money. So that's going to be it. Court finds there's no genuine issue of material fact. Plaintiff is entitled to summary disposition as prayed for under MCR 2.116C10. Mr. Campbell, you have an absolute right to appeal my decision. That appeal must be perfected in 21 days of today in the Wayne County Circuit Court. We are on the record. We're calling file number 2219838. The file is entitled Portfolio Recovery Associates versus Marcus Campbell. Your appearances.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Michael Kirshenheiter for the plaintiff, P75722.
And what is your name, sir?
Marcus Jamel Campbell in special appearance for.
In special appearance for what, sir? You filed an answer here. All right.
Marcus Jamel Campbell, special appearance.
Well, you definitely nailed the special part. I'll give you that much. Not in the way you were hoping, but hey, a win's a win, even if it's unintentional.
First thing I want to know is Mr. Kirschenheiter has filed a motion for summary disposition. Did you receive that motion, Mr. Campbell?
I'm not sure if I have, but I'm wondering if you all have my paperwork. I'm not sure if I did.
I have a motion filed by Mr. Campbell. My question is, did Mr. Kirschenheiter, did you receive his motion?
I perceive so.
Okay, so you got the motion, the summary disposition filed by the plaintiff. Mr. Kirschenheiter, did you get the motion filed by the defendant?
Your Honor, I'm not exactly sure what we received. It just says brief and memorandum of law.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We have that. Now, Mr. Campbell, my question to you is that your answer to the motion for summary disposition?
Yes, it is.
That is your answer.
Right.
I'm willing to bet his so-called brief memorandum of law was submitted on a piece of paper that still had dried spit on it. And yeah, a memorandum can be used to respond to a motion for summary disposition, but only if it actually lays out that jurisdiction's requirements, explains why summary disposition doesn't apply, and cites real statutes and real case law instead of whatever he found on Reddit at 3 a.m. If he manages to pull that off correctly, someone better check my vital signs, because I'm not going to believe it.
Okay, so then neither side wants any discovery, and all I need to do is calendar your motion. Is that what you're both telling me?
Yes,
okay, here's what we'll do. The court will calendar for May 1st at 11 o'clock, plaintiff's motion for summary disposition. We will receive Mr. Campbell's pleadings denominated brief and memorandum of law and proof of service as the answer to that motion. This is 22-198-398, Portfolio Recovery Associates versus Marcus Campbell. Date and time for a motion for
Portfolio Recovery Associate. The portfolio, that's another one. That's another one I actually just responded to because they offered a reduced settlement and I countered it. Just sent them the response to them yesterday, day before. Another one.
Summary disposition. Could I have your appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeff Werber, P67124 on behalf of the plaintiff.
And what is your name, sir?
Marcus Campbell in special appearance.
Mr. Werber.
Yes, Your Honor. Today's the date and time set for plaintiff's motion for summary disposition pursuant to MCR 2.116C9 and C10. This was a Care credit card issued by Synchrony Bank. It was opened up on
Synchrony Bank. The same names, same ones. Remember that I read off early in the live? We reviewed the record and showed that you no longer owe. Want to know why they say you no longer owe? Because I proved to them by the accounting, hey, this billing statement, I know you saying this is with the balance, but the way you actually account for it, you really account for it that I owe you this, which is significantly less than this. And I already made payments to y'all that already covered this. Set off. That's the epitome of the set off claim. That's the epitome of the administrative set off claim. That's the epitome of the first semester in the Supreme Elite Team University. And that was a letter they sent to me. But yet, they're taking this person to court. The epitome.
You're rocking with the best.
November 29, 2018. As the invoices attached to the motion reflect, the last payment made on this account was June 30th, 2021. At the time of charge off, it left a balance of $3,100.
Right there. Charge off. Right there. As soon as they say charged off, that's why I prove The account
You're rocking with the best.
And so, hey, do you know how cringe-worthy it is? Every time I see people go to court and they say account was charged off, do you not understand what happens when the account's charged off? Do you not understand your type of claim that you have when your account is charged off? And I know what y'all looking at. Oh, it's charged. No, I'm talking about internal accounting that you can prove on the books, in which they admit all day, every day is this.
$71.94. The exact amount the plaintiff filed the lawsuit for, 171 account, was June 30th, 2021. At the time of charge off, it left a balance of $3,171.94. The exact amount the plaintiff filed the lawsuit for. Those monthly invoices were all mailed to the defendant at his current address, which he placed on his answer and his response to the motion for summary disposition. Defendant made payments on this account for almost 3 years and has not.
Right there. So all the payments that he made under the account for 3 years, all the payments that he made for 3 years, right? I guarantee you, if I had his documents and had all that, I will be able to prove that not only that he's already fully satisfied this obligation, I will be able to prove from a legal accounting standpoint that what he owes was way significant than the remaining balance when they say it's a charge off. So either way, he's overpaid. Either way, he's overpaid both ways, from the contractual amount or his actual out-of-pocket payments is already way more than even the charge off. But they know this. These companies know this. Lawyers' job is to go to court and protect the lie. The accounting, they don't have
shown that he ever objected to those monthly invoices that he received in the mail. He filed a general denial answer and a lengthy response to plaintiff's motion, but neither provide this court with the genuine issue of material fact or a true defense to this motion.
You cannot file a general denial when they're going for summary judgment. They're going for the jugular. You can't just use a general denial there. You got to go point. You need one of my documents for that one. You need one of my responses when they're going for summary judgment. You notice how Velocity Investments never moved for summary judgment after my client in Ohio. You notice after they got the response, you notice how they've been silent ever since. You notice how they didn't move for summary judgment because they couldn't. They're dead to rights. And the mere fact that they didn't move for summary judgment, it just validates that I caught them dead to rights. There's nothing they can say.
So plaintiff requests that the court grants its motion for summary disposition today.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
your response, sir.
My sent a brief.
You know, you already tried that with the last one. Oh, God. You're in a motion for summary judgment. You cannot rest on your brief again. Just look at you. Just sitting there looking stupid. You ain't learned from the last time?
Regarding the denial.
Yes,
no.
You can't deny. You got to show why there's a general issue of material fact. You can't just, I denied. I'm just going to rest. No.
I had the opportunity to read your brief, and I thought it was an interesting set of, Yes, the court had the opportunity to read your brief.
They read it already. You have to argue it now. You have to prove Your Honor, you should not issue this judgment. Your Honor, you should not issue this judgment. That's pretty much what I said. Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna give you the last part. Let me give you the last part of it. And this is going to be part of the Supreme Elite Team University like document, like this is the last part. It says, for the foregoing reasons, defendant respectfully submits that plaintiff's complaint remains. And now this is after they filed the complaint. I filed a motion to dismiss. The judge overruled my motion to dismiss and ordered me to respond within 14 days. This was the actual response. Once I responded, the judge set a civil pretrial. Didn't even give him the judgment anyway. Defendant respectfully submits that plaintiff's complaint remains fatally defective. Plaintiff has not demonstrated ownership of the alleged obligation on the date of filing, as required by Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation versus Schwartzward. That's the controlling case. And related authority, merely attaching the original creditor's loan documents. Hold on. Merely attaching the original creditor's loan document is insufficient to establish standing. Isn't that what they all been doing when they've been scalping people in court when we watch these videos? Isn't that what they all do?
You're rocking with the best.
Isn't that what they all do? Just attach the contract and the debt and say, hey, Your Honor, pay it. Judgment for them. Well, they did it here too. Merely attaching the original creditor's loan documents is insufficient to establish standing, as consistently held by Ohio appellate courts, including LVNV Funding LLC versus Tenevsky, Midland Funding LLC, Midland Funding LLC versus Bill, Midland Funding LLC versus Honroth. And what do you know? I even used the own case that the plaintiff was in, Velocity Investments LLC versus Kunstler. Standing is a jurisdictional, it must exist at the time of filing. It cannot be conferred retroactively, where, as here, plaintiff fails to provide a dated, authenticated assignment and proof of default, the complaint is void ab initio and should have been dismissed. Although the court denied defendant's motion to dismiss, the absence of standing remains a jurisdictional defect that this court must address at any stage of the proceedings. A court without jurisdiction cannot proceed to judgment. And what did they do? Not proceed to judgment. The judge did not proceed to judgment after this. Accordingly, defendants request that this court dismiss plaintiff's complaint with prejudice, or in the alternative, that it takes judicial notice of the binding or persuasive Ohio authority cited herein and preserve defendants' defenses for adjudication on summary judgment or trial. Isn't that the thing that they're moving forward? So basically saying, judge, do not give them, don't let them off the hook right now because you know you can't. Do not let them off the hook for the judgment. Give us a chance for our own judgment. And how does the judge give us a chance for our own summary judgment? By scheduling pretrial. Now that opens the stage. And that motion I just read off the last part was the response. And they had the same thing that's going on here. That's why I'm the best when it comes to pro se.
And I thought it was an interesting set of matters that you set forth here.
Forthwith is the judge's polite professional way of saying, sir, you have absolutely no clue what you're talking about. It's basically the courtroom version of calling him a complete idiot, just dressed up in legal vocabulary. And honestly, I'll take it, because at least it means I won't be forced to choke down any spotted dick today.
But I'm prepared to rule on this matter. Is there anything else you want to say in addition to what was filed?
Right. I have not contracted with them, and I do not wish to contract with them now. I just want to make sure that the brief is on the record, though.
And that means nothing. It can be at the National Smithsonian in a glass bulletproof case. It could be right where they have the original Declaration of Independence. It's not going to make a goddamn difference.
I see your brief and memorandum of law and proof of service.
Yeah. So all of that is on the record.
I see it's
That's all I-
filed here, and I see
Yes, sir. That's all I need to know.
I know, for example, that you cite federal rules of civil procedure.
Sir, you're in the state court. Detroit 36th District Court. You're in the state court. With this, the federal rules have to do with state court. Oh, federal law trumps state law. Federal law trumps state law as separation of powers.
I know, for example, that you cite 28 USC 2403. I further note you cite MCR 2.614. Okay, I'm prepared to rule. Having had an opportunity to read the pleadings both by Mr. Werber and by Mr. Campbell, the court is satisfied that there is no genuine issue of material fact. The motion for summary disposition under MCR 2.116 C10 will be granted. I'll send you gentlemen out of order. Did you attach an order, Mr. Werber?
Yes, Your Honor. There is an order attached to plaintiff's motion. It's right before all the exhibits.
I see it.
Well, why didn't they issue a summary judgment for my client for Velocity? Why didn't they issue one for them?
You're rocking with the best.
Or me? Why wasn't my own lawsuit thrown out at the beginning after I filed?
I see it. All right, the court will enter that today. Mr. Campbell, you have an absolute right to appeal my decision. That appeal must be perfected in 21 days
Don't even waste your time doing it. It's going to get upheld.
today in the Wayne County Circuit Court.
He's 0 for 2 so far, and at this point, I'm genuinely hoping for that legendary third time's the charm. Not for him, of course, but for those of us enjoying the front row seat to this legal derailment. Every case is just another carriage falling off the train. Anyway, moving on.
This is case number 22196913. This is Capital One versus Marcus Campbell. The matter is.
God damn, he getting spanked all over the place.
Before the court.
That's what happens when you taking out all these loans, getting all these lines of credit, just putting your credit on the line, doing all that, but you really don't know how to legally fight the debt. That's the scary part. You can get all these lines of credit up front, all you want, but if you don't know how to legally fight the debt, okay.
For a status and scheduling conference, I'm looking for a Marcus Campbell. If you're on the Zoom, please say something at this time.
Yeah, Marcus Campbell and special appearance.
He don't even know what that means. Like, he doesn't even know what that means. A special appearance is like you're not making it to court, but your lawyer shows up. That's all it means. It's not you coming in by special appearance on behalf of yourself because you think there's a separation between you and the all caps person. That's not what it means in court.
All right, thank you, Mr. Campbell. All right, today is the date and time set for a scheduling conference regarding this matter. It appears that this is a complaint wherein the plaintiff claims that there is a total amount of $1,874.21 that's owed as a result of a Capital One bank account in this matter. Right, and I received an answer that was filed in this regard, and it appears that the answer is a general denial of any claim of obligation.
Moderator's about to start taking y'all wrenches.
Regarding the indebtedness. Counsel, has there been any opportunity for the parties to talk about whether or not this matter could be resolved?
Your Honor, I've not spoken with Mr. Campbell today. Based on some documents that he filed and sent to our office, I don't believe it will be helpful to speak as far as getting it resolved. My office will be filing a motion for summary disposition.
Right now, anything you wish to say at this time, Mr. Campbell, regarding whether or not there's a prospect of resolution in this matter, sir?
No, sir. I just want to be sure that my proof of service, my brief, and my fee schedule is on the record. That's all I need.
So let me get this straight. You're actually demanding they pay your fee schedule for trying to recover the money you took and never paid back? That's delusion on a level I didn't even know existed. Honestly, you should just be thankful society hasn't slapped you with a fee schedule for wasting everyone's time and breathing air the rest of us could have used, because you'd be in debt until the end of your natural lifespan.
All right, what I've received, and I've received your answer to the complaint in this matter, as I've indicated previously. That was filed with the court on March the 10th, and that answer sets forth a 23 count response, and then it sets forth affirmative defenses items 1 through 9. That's what the court has received. All right, I am going to set this up on a schedule, allowing the parties to engage in the practice of discovery, that is to request any information that you may need from the opposing party in writing, and that information will be turned over. This process also allows for the submission of interrogatory sets of questions, allows for requests to admit and other items of discovery that may be allowed under the court rules. Accordingly, I'm going to put this on a 60-day schedule with the return date in this matter set for the 13th of June, 6/13, 23.
So on June 13th, he gets one last golden opportunity to prove there's at least a faint ripple of brain activity happening upstairs. One moment to show he isn't a fully certified grade A disaster. And what does he do? He nukes the moment entirely by not even showing up. That's his entire life story in one sentence. Give him a chance to succeed, and he'll still find a way to fail at the easiest part: basic attendance.
Defendant in this matter, Marcus Campbell, or anyone representing Mr.
Yo, he's so tired of getting scalped, like he didn't even show up.
Campbell. If you're on the Zoom, please say something at this time. Matter set on for 9:30 a.m. It is now approximately 9:39. Let me ask you, counsel, have you had any contact with Mr. Campbell? Any response to the motion for summary disposition, updating on any information that you may have at this time?
No, Your Honor, no response to the motion and no contact from defendant.
That's when you're punch drunk. That's when you're punch drunk. He's like, eh. But you know what's the sad part about all this? He just kept, the first time, second time, third time, this is what happens with sovereign citizens. They'll try it like 2 times. Anytime after that, they just don't even show up anymore. They just give up. Instead of studying the court rules, instead of learning the court rules, instead of taking their time out, they're mentally lazy. They'll rather give up, not show up, than to study the rules and understand the game, because they're mentally lazy.
It's failed to appear. Moreover, in reading the motion and the issues raised thereby, as well as predicated history of this these particular transactions herein, I don't see that there is a genuine issue of material fact in this matter, and that defendant, I have to conclude that the plaintiff is entitled to judgment as a matter of law.
That's all you're going to see. That's all you're going to see all day. I'm telling you, when I say 99.9999% of pro se litigants lose, you see it every day. Yo, they had a docket sheet that when I was in court on I don't know when I went up there, like 12 days ago, that same day, they had a docket sheet of all the recent orders. And the pages were about right here, this thick. And all you kept seeing, 50,000, 20,000, 30,000, 8,000, 5,000, 5,000, 10,000, 3,000, 9,000, 12,000, 17,000, all in favor. Velocity, Synchrony, Bank of America, Capital One, Credit One, they just losing all over the board.
Moreover, I do not see where a defendant has
all over the board.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. This is Carl from Sovereign Citizen Chronicles. Today, we're going to be in a Michigan courtroom. We have a sovereign citizen that's going to involve a traffic stop. This is going to be the first of 2 proceedings. So let's get to this first proceeding.
In Township versus Malik McCullough, 23T00773. as well as 23W002349.
Paul Barnett on behalf of the township.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Malik McCullough.
Malik McCullough.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, we're here for a pretrial in the case and then a show cause for payment as to the ticket.
First of all, I need to apologize to Mr. McCullough. I called the wrong number, so I did not reach out to you. But we do not have discovery yet in this case, so I was going to ask for an adjournment.
No objection. Ms. White, what are you missing, the report or are you just missing the video?
Looks like I'm missing everything.
Okay.
Let me check again. Looks like we just put in the request on the 28th.
If we could have a couple of weeks, Your Honor.
All right. I'm sorry, what you saying, sir?
I was gonna say, can I say something? This is gonna be a case that's gonna be dismissed. So there's no evidence, no discovery or nothing. So just so y'all know, for future reference, when y'all come to the next court date, it's gonna be thrown out.
Okay, we need to discuss that together, Mr. McCullough, so I can discuss that with the court.
We don't need to discuss nothing, but it's okay. You'll find out.
Okay.
Mr. McCullough, when do you plan to pay your expired plate tickets, sir?
How much is that ticket, Ms. Washington?
Hold on 1 second, please.
I don't have an expired plate, so how much is that ticket?
$246, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna dispute that. That's not gonna get paid. But I don't have it. I don't have it.
Sir, you cannot dispute this any longer. You failed to show up and it's already been defaulted. You got this ticket at the same time you got the failed to use a turn signal onto Harris Road. Back in May of 2023. So when are you gonna be able to start making payments on your ticket, sir?
I can pay $25 a month.
All right. What day?
In 3 weeks.
I'm sorry?
In 3 weeks.
All right, so 3 weeks puts us. That's like March, that's like the 27th. You're gonna pay on the 27th of each month.
Yeah, I'll pay a little something on it.
All right, $25 per month on the 27th, sir.
And where do I pay this falsified ticket at, though, Miss Washington?
14B District Court, 7200 South Huron River Drive, sir, in Ypsilanti Township.
Yo, what the hell he got? What is that, mannequin?
Okay.
All right, I can adjourn this to April 3rd.
Adjourn it too, please. Appreciate it.
I'll see everybody back here on April 3rd at 9:00 a.m. Discontinued.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. So we've come to the end of that first proceeding. My man was pretty confident that it was going to get his case was going to get thrown out or dismissed, but unfortunately for him, that wasn't the case. All right, he's going to have to, do that payment arrangement and hopefully let's go of his whole sovereign citizen, situation because he didn't really put up much of a fight. Said some nonsense at the end of the proceeding, but at the end of the day, he agreed to pay the I think he said falsified ticket or something like that. All right. Anyway, so now we're going to be moving into a Texas courtroom. This is going to involve non-payment of rent. All right. These are sovereign citizens as well, or a sovereign citizen as well. And they're going to put up a bigger sovereign citizen argument in this one. So let's get to it.
725 Urban Oaks doing business as Urban Oaks versus Jose Martinez, Nicole Lewis, and then the other occupants of 6725. So who do I have on behalf of Urban Oaks?
Keith Wolfshall, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Do I have someone for our first defendant, Jose Martinez?
Yes, we're here as a special appearance only, and Nicole is also in a special appearance as well.
All right. Mr. Martinez, what is the reason you're saying it's a special appearance?
This is a special appearance because we are challenging jurisdiction and we do not participate in legal contract.
Okay. What is the reason you don't think the jurisdiction exists?
Because it has to be proven. Whenever there's a challenge.
That's not a jurisdictional thing. Jurisdiction is either it's something I can't hear, but evictions are solely the province of a justice court. So the only other jurisdictional issue would be if the property is not located in the precinct. To your knowledge, does that address physically fall within the bounds of precinct 3?
I don't believe it does, that there's no personal jurisdiction. There's no personal jurisdiction. There might be subject matter, but in order to hear a case, you have to have subject matter and personal jurisdiction at the same time.
Mr. Martinez, if you're appearing in court, you've been served, and if you are indeed an occupant, then that would be sufficient for them to have personal jurisdiction and for the court as well.
That's why we're challenging jurisdiction. And the law says that whenever we challenge jurisdiction, that the court cannot proceed unless they.
See, they took that 1854 jurisdiction could be challenged at any time. And once jurisdiction is raised, everything had to stop in that. But what they don't understand is you challenge jurisdiction. If there's a legal valid challenge for it anyway, you file a motion. You serve a copy of the motion to the other party. The other party gets a chance to respond, and then the court holds a hearing. So your motion is going to say the reasons why you don't believe the court has jurisdiction. But nine times out of 10, all those jurisdiction laws that were muddy back then have already been tightened up, because jurisdiction is based on wherever the crime is located, the district. So if you get pulled over in Arlington County, whatever closest court in that county, that court has jurisdiction. If the property is in Ashland County, guess what? The Ashland courts, whatever's closest in that judicial district, automatically has jurisdiction. That's every court's general assembly. That's what it is. So this jurisdiction stuff makes no difference. Wherever you're in court, wherever the court is, that's the proper. Only time a court when I have jurisdiction, if the offense or whatever the dispute took place in Greenland County, but they take you to Butchland County for court, then there's no jurisdiction. But they never make those mistakes. So the jurisdiction argument is the way they're saying it, like jurisdiction just to bring me in this court, is always going to lose. It's going to lose by operation of law.
Provide to us, both of us, Nicole Lewis and Jose Martinez, proof that y'all have any jurisdiction.
All right, well, I'll take the information from Urban Oaks, but we'll find out. All right, then, Mr. Wolfshaw, please tell me first, why don't we address the jurisdictional issue? Is this property located within the bounds of Precinct 3?
According to the maps of Travis County, yes, Your Honor, they are.
Internet just like a hall. I can't hear
the maps.
Mr. Wolfshaw, I was not able to understand you. You broke up a lot.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is this any better?
That's better. Okay. Tell me about location. Is it in Precinct 3?
My apologies, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. Yes, Your Honor. According to the maps of Travis County, the precinct, this property does lie within the precinct of Precinct 3, jurisdiction of Precinct 3. We'd ask the court to take judicial notice that 6725 Urban Oaks is in this precinct.
On Circle Road at Congress and William Cannon? Mr. Wolfshaw, is that the address?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you're breaking up on me?
Is the address 6725 Circle Road?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolfshaw, your internet
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
is bad.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The address is 6725 Circle S Road, Austin, Texas, 78745.
All right, I pulled it up on the map. That is within Precinct 3. So we have both personal jurisdiction and subject matter jurisdiction. So Mr. Martinez, Mr. Lewis, I do find that jurisdiction exists within our court. All right, Mr. Wolfshaw, let's go. I'm sorry, sir?
We don't consent to that unless it is proven to us in writing that there is jurisdiction.
Mr. Martinez, I'm saying that I found proof sufficient. You can appeal if you don't agree.
Well, no, that's not the law. The law says that we have to go
It's the
to.
law, Mr. Martinez. As long as you are showing up, the plaintiff need only show me that they have served the defendant in the result, which you've not denied that you are Jose Martinez. He has established for me that is an eviction wholly within the province of a justice court, and that the address for which the eviction is sought is one which is in my jurisdiction. That is all that is needed.
But also it says that we don't participate in legal contract, and that would be.
Mr. Martinez, are you currently residing in the apartment they're trying to evict you from?
I don't understand your question, and I don't understand your jurisdiction.
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to ask that you just be silent and let me go through the plaintiff's case, and then I will answer all of your questions for you. Okay? All right, Mr. Wolfshaw. So it's an address that's in the precinct. What's the reason the eviction's being sought?
Your Honor, this is an eviction for non-payment of rent.
Non-payment. Is there a written contract with the defendants?
There is, Your Honor. It was entered into on November 6th, 2024, and it expired on October 31st, 2025. We're now in the secondary phase.
Mr. Wolfshaw, is that contract with Jose Martinez and Nicole Lewis?
It is, Your Honor. There is a copy that was provided to the court as well.
How much is the monthly rent per that lease?
$1,464.
All right. Any subsidy?
It is not, Your Honor.
Mr. Wolfshaw, you broke up. Was that a yes or a no?
No. The last question is, it is not subsidized, Your Honor. It is not subsidized.
What months of rent have been unpaid?
October through the present,
Is this a CARES property?
it is, Your Honor.
And when was the notice provided?
September 10th of 2025 I apologize, Your Honor. I did not write that down. Give me just one moment. Let me make sure I'm telling you the truth. All right, it was by first class and certified mail on September the 10th, 2025. It was also a 30-day notice to vacate.
All right. To your knowledge, the tenants have not vacated?
They have not vacated, Your Honor.
Okay. What unit number is it, Mr.
And
Wolfshaw?
this is another reason.
Yes, Your Honor. That is going to be unit 1240.
And I gotta stop something.
All right.
And
Mr. Martinez, Ms. Lewis, good morning.
I gotta stop something. I have to show y'all this. And this is a reason why you need to be in the Supreme Elite Team University. Because you don't want to be full. You don't want to be in a situation like this.
Women said that they would like to,
I'm sorry, hold on, that's not it.
Women said that they would like to,
Hold on. Let me show you why. Let me show you why. I'm all over the place, ain't I? Let me show you why. Let me show you why. Let me show you why. This is why. This is why. This is why. This is why. Do not be in that position, y'all. Don't be in that position. He's there representing an account. better not say modern money mechanics. Of course, it never is. I knew he was about to do it. I knew it. Yeah, people are going to continue to be lost. It's over with. There's no hope for the people. This shit is gone.
Blazer out of spaceship.
Hey, yo, Carter, you go crazy. Hey, run that shit up, Chase.
Put this dick in the thotty. This shit Jalo and gimme. Down on her knees. My pockets on sugar. My bitch cooking like silly. My weed color purple. Got me stuck to the ceiling. Straight to the moon. I order up dope. Yeah. She don't cut, she just send it. Watch how I whip. Finesse the niggas, watch it shake. How many? 100 pies, watch it bake. What's that? Package dropping off the route. Okay. Cannon spraying like it's mace. I put my money on the plate. Right here. Then she put my kids up on her face. She brought the nigga straight to sleep. Ate the dick up like a cake. Hey. Spit raw, got a dope mouth. She sucked me off in the dope house. Fuck all night with a dope dick. Up all night, take a dope trips. My niggas bitch you for that dope sack. For the dope bag, get your toe tagged. Born rappers going broke fast. I'm nodding on them like a dope nap. I'm picking up weight. I got my check up on these niggas. Don't sweat on these niggas. Free wreck on these niggas. No respect of drawing no self for these niggas. I don't need a gun. I'm the boss of the shooter. I got the boss of a shooter. My head to get popped. I call up the next one. He torture reflex if you left by the Luger. I whip with the bread like a slave. She stacks up a triple like Rays. Blow on the perk, got me lost in the head. Still take a pounce on these niggas like A. I turn your hood to my trap spot. Got your junkies cheering like a mascot. Catch your auntie with a glass stick. Watch her dance around the crack pot. Put his dick in the thotty. This shit Jalo and gimme. My pockets on sugar. My bitch cooking like silly. My weed color purple. Got me stuck to the ceiling. I order up dope. She don't cut, she just send it. Finesse the niggas, watch it shake. 100 pies, watch it bake. Package dropping off the route. Cannon spraying like
your friend.
I put my money on the plate. Then she put my kids up on her face. She brought the nigga straight to sleep. She ate the dick up like a cake. Run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up. Watch out for the man in the backs. Hey, we whip out the bands to be back. Whip it. We whip out the grams in the plastic racks. Jackie Jordan with the try me. 8 for coldest, baking sodas, get your action. Yeah, we get it stretching like elastic. Here, chopper like I'm Jackie. Hey, back to the money, switch up the flow. Don't conversate if you won't speak the language. My niggas deeper than the congregation. We still in flip with like middle fingers. I traded the streets for these millions. Still I place a call to put your life in danger. Still got hitters with the choppers that'll eat you with like the candy. Now or later, could get me a kilo to flip. Cause I get it popping like kilos. Okay.
You're rocking with the best.
And then, Fatty, let's see what you got going on, man. You already know, man.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
See what Fatty got going on in the mix, man. Let's see what they talking about.
Men will put in risk their 20-year relationship with a woman and their 10-year-old kid to get new coochie. Explain why I'm wrong. Go ahead.
You said, say that again. Hold on, say that again.
A man will put in risk his 20-year relationship with a woman that is his wife and access to his 10-year-old kid to get some new coochie. Tell me how am I wrong?
That's called the
Because people don't make rational decisions.
That's called the look. This
Angry man, am I wrong or not?
This actually,
Yes, you are.
This actually verifies my point. The reason why a man will, as you say, put his 20-year relationship at risk for some new coochie is because it's new coochie.
That's what I said, right?
Yes.
Wait. Hold on. That's exactly what he just said. Hold on. I must have heard something wrong. That's exactly what he said.
The coochie is more important than the kid.
Last week on the Untouchable Super Panel.
I would say think this. that- I I think agree with. I'll say this tomfoolery, and to 6 point, I agree with what 6 was saying. I think we're conflating the men who can get women with men who can't get women, and me and Fatty talk about this all the time. No matter if a woman was a stripper, no matter if she's OnlyFans, no matter if she's big, no matter if she's small, no matter who this woman is, men are still one blowjob from the plantation. Like most men still want women. It's relationships and babies and all these things is producing because men don't want it. It's because women don't want it. And like Fatty said, they'd rather get the attention of 1,000 men and be validated than get the love in the family with one man. So that's what's keeping women out in a playing
You're
field
saying
because
men
they
want
have
families?
Oh, of course. Yes, men.
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
Men want
So-
families, but I didn't say men. But I didn't say men. I didn't.
No,
Please,
commit to that. No, commit to that. Most men want families.
But
You know
most
why?
women-
You know why? Because they want in-house vagina. They don't want you to her. They don't
Even
want
if it
you to
was
have
you.
sex with her.
Actually, even if the vagina was
Yeah,
used.
let me just finish.
Actually,
Directly or indirectly, men really want families because the things that men want is I want this for myself and I don't want nobody to touch it.
Actually-
And that creates families because you actually keep the woman inside of your house. So
Actually, Fatty, I would have agreed with you probably a couple of weeks ago, but they recently did like this study. They was talking about it on the news. They said women nowadays, when they asked them what their priorities are, having children was last. For men, it was first. So I think a lot of men want families because they want children.
But they want love too.
No, one second.
So-
One second, please. Having kids is not the same thing as having families. If I want
It
a
is-
kid right
it
now,
is-
I can go. One
But
second.
that is okay. So that's what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about families, I'm talking about having
We're
kids.
moving too fast. I'm just saying.
No,
a
the
man wanting a
Rebuttal them,
legacy.
angry man.
A
Rebuttal
man
them.
wanting a legacy is not the same thing as man wanted to have that legacy in-house, dealing with the woman and doing all these things. I guarantee you, Nick Cannon wants a bunch of children. He doesn't, for what my understanding, he doesn't want to be with them all the time. So you wanting a legacy and you wanting kids doesn't mean that you want kids on your household with the woman that you made kids for. Kids and woman are not correct.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I can see what he's saying with that one. You may want the legacy of having a kid, but you probably don't want to deal with the day to day of having all these kids and all these badass kids running around the house every day and deal with that. I get what he's saying on that point.
Fatty, y'all got to stop using celebrities as examples, man.
Celebrity.
When it comes
let's
to
not do this. Let's not do this.
Yeah. You kind of have to because it's observable. Everybody knows. You can't say, I'm gonna use John Smith down the street. Like you there's nothing to measure. Like you got to use a general term where like everybody can like knows. I can't say my neighbor. Yeah, my neighbor Luis, man. My neighbor Luis. Yeah, man. Because he does with like nobody knows who the hell he is.
Celebrities is just like me saying Goku and Vegeta when I'm talking about anime. Is a placeholder. So most people that are into anime understand that we're talking about this type of relationship. If I'm mentioning Future or if I'm mentioning Stephen Curry, I'm mentioning the prototypical good guy that is religious and is getting
Fatty. As an anime fan, you know better. Because if you use Goku and Vegeta as the example for all of anime, real anime.
What is anime? Is it like the like Pokemon? It's like, is it? What is it? It's like that, right? Like the cartoon type thing, anime like that. Like I be seeing like Japanese, like that. I don't know.
Fans is gonna be pissed with you.
No, they're
Come
not.
on,
They're
bro.
going to understand what's going on.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing with this. Look, the thing with men, right? Men want to have children. They want to have children. The average guy doesn't want to be a baby daddy with baby mama drama. They want to have children with a woman that's going to be the woman that they're with. If it's a guy that wants to actually have children, he wants to have them with a woman that he's going to be with long term. Dudes do not want to sign up for baby mama drama, bro.
That's what I said.
Well, no, that is what he was saying. So I was going to rebut that to say that, like, women, once they get older, above 34, their drive for wanting to have children goes way up. Plus, we know that, like, biologically, men technically don't have a biological drive to want children. It is like a social factor that they are like.
So, hey, do you get the idea, like, and tomfoolery, you know, I ain't got no problem. I'm cool with it. But don't you get it like everybody else's opinion and then tomfoolery, like
socialized into wanting children? All great apes,
No,
males,
we actually do.
tend to like care. Well, biologically, we don't care about parenting. We are socialized into caring about parenting. But the difference is that when we're talking about like people not wanting to have kids, I think that especially women not wanting to have them less and less until they get to about the age of 34, they're like, a lot of women's looks benefit them in the workplace and with their social lives and things like this. Once they have kids, they aren't able to work as much. They're not able to have as much of a social life. They're not able to do as much later on, and they're not able to make as much money. And so a lot of them want to do these things first. But men don't have that like ticking time bomb. They don't have that clock on them. They can have kids and still do all of the other things at the same time. And so it doesn't
But
big of a difference
here's the thing. No, wait a minute. You can't say so. Men do have a biological urge to reproduce children. Absolutely, they do.
Yes.
Absolutely,
yes, not to
they
be
do.
parents.
Yeah, well, the parenting part is because typically fathers don't parent.
Right, like he was saying families. That's why I was saying
Yeah,
families. Yes, we want to have kids, we want offspring, but we don't want to have families necessarily.
I don't know about that one, Tom.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's still part of it, because even look, you can't relegate having families to just parenting, because the male's role traditionally has been a different role. It hasn't typically been the parenting role, it's been the protector role and the provider role. So the father typically is in a traditional household, gets up in the morning, goes to work. He doesn't see his children all day if they're at school or whatever, or even if they're out of school. Then by the time he comes home, it's almost time to go to bed. That's the typical life for a nuclear family. So the father doesn't really do parenting. He isn't as hands-on as the woman, and there's nothing wrong with that, because
not
women,
in this economy.
Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
dudes needing to step their game up, but that's a whole nother story. I ain't gonna get into that. But
yeah, but
go ahead, Fatty, because I know you're gonna chime in.
No,
on
I'm
that.
just saying because a lot of the parenting and the kids has to do with the woman. If the woman is good enough, you want to stay with the kids and the woman. If the woman is a shitty woman, you just want to deal with the kid. Like 90% of you being a president.
In a nutshell, yeah. In a nutshell, if you want to sum it up, yeah.
Father has to do with the woman that you had kids with. If this woman is a wonderful woman, these men might circle the block, go outside, all that, but they're always landing on the same nest. Once the woman starts to become problematic, that's going to actually drip on the kid. And the same thing happens with the woman that have kids
But
with men that they don't like.
That's after. There's no dudes out here that I know of that get in a long-term relationship with the expectation of it failing. So once the woman becomes problematic, well, that's part of it. But when the woman becomes problematic, that's usually.
Fatty said it's delusional. So Fatty, you mean to tell me? I'm gonna ask you this question on the Discord. That men get into relationships with women like this about to fail in about a year or two. I mean, there's always an opportunity relationship to fail, but it's like, are they really like, all right, about 2 years, 3 years, it should start to go down the drain now. It's about that. It's about that time. I think it's more as it comes by on its own. I don't think they just sitting around like, all right, about year 2 or 3, y'all, it's about to happen. I don't think that.
After the fact, it's usually after the children are here.
Yeah.
And he's already.
I agree with that part. I agree with that.
Be committed into the relationship, because a lot of guys will stick it out in a relationship, which goes back to what y'all were talking about the men that tolerate women. A lot of them tolerate women because they don't want to abandon the children.
But you said, but
No,
Angry Man, you said,
let me just say,
absolute fact.
You're rocking with the best.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
one thing real quick, Ali.
Oh, go ahead.
Just one thing. Men tolerate women because they have a pussy. That's all that is.
That's
sorry.
not true.
That could be a part of it, but I think it's more the other factors too. But that's definitely a part of it.
No, please. Most men don't even like being around women like that if they're not having sex with them. Sorry. They get on the friend zone to smell some coochie. They be under these woman DMs to get some sexual crumbs. The kids are the ultimate equalizer. We get it. It's your kid, it's your thing. But most men will see a woman just be the most egregious woman, be the most ridiculous woman, do the most, and then they still will deal with them, because I will guarantee you, Angry Man, and please, I'm going to use celebrities as a placeholder so people understand what's going on. We have, for example, people like Meg Thee Stallion, that is a highly attractive woman, right? That did the most shenanigans. Men complain on this place, false allegations, being the dressing, all that. And I guarantee you, most men in the planet that actually find her attractive, we still deal with her, take her on dates, go on places with her, just because she's attractive. We do that.
No, you see, I'm gonna tell you where you're getting this misconstrued. Okay.
Go ahead.
You're talking about new pussy versus old pussy.
Yes.
Okay. So number one, of course, Meg Thee Stallion is always going to have new suitors. Okay. But if Meg Thee Stallion was in a long-term relationship with a dude, let's say 5 years, and let's say that they had a couple of kids in like the second year, or better yet, let's use Offset, right?
Yes.
Once he had kids with her and she started becoming problematic, if he was trying to stick it out, it was for them kids. Because I guarantee you, at that point, he's not hung up on the coochie. Because at that point, it's old coochie.
So if it was for the kids, why was he acting up on the internet every time she would post the new guy? If it was literally for the kids and it was not for her, why would it's because he wants her. But this is what is happening right now. I'm going to be, then you guys got it, especially the people that have been quiet for a while. Please talk a little bit, okay? No, this is what men Offset is the crystallization of most men desires. They want a woman that they love and they care to be at home when they come home, and they want to go out and fuck other woman. This is what most men want. And men are revolting, because men are are kind of repressing their
Can I just do a quick, I'm gonna give it back to you. Can I just do a quick interjection? Hey, Angry Man. The man who can get women want a good woman. The man who can't get good women want, that's what they want. They trying to at least get booty. That's what he's trying to say. Most men.
No, but he's talking about it from a specific position. Okay. He's not talking about it from the position of a man, and this is not a shot at you, Fatty. He's talking about it from a position of a man who has not been in a relationship with a woman, living with her for years. What I'm trying to explain to you is it's like with my kids.
No, but Angry Man, can Offset get women? But can Offset get women?
Yes, but let's get off Offset. This is why I don't like using celebrities.
Well, let's go to a guy who can get. Let's go, but I think we're conflating the average man with men who can get women. That's where it becomes problematic. That's all I'm saying.
Y'all are not listening. Y'all are not listening. Okay, look, I've never had a problem getting women ever. Okay, so when I was in my 10-year relationship with my kid's mother, After 5 years, the relationship became very problematic. I stayed for another 5 for my children. I didn't stay because of the cooch. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Now that is true. That's another reason why men would stay. Sometimes it has nothing to do with the woman. That's why I agree. I agree. That sometimes, like, it's just sometimes it ain't even about the woman.
And when we keep agreeing with you, like I'm angry man.
No,
It's
he
third time
disagreed
we've
with that,
agreed.
Ali.
And you
Fatty
think we don't
disagreed
agree?
with that.
No, he's
No,
not. He's
I
agreeing with that.
literally said the kids are the ultimate equalizer. The kid is going to be the prized possession. But
The
the reality is, and I will say it again, so please pay attention to what I'm saying. Men are upset because they are suppressing their urges of another woman, while women are not suppressing nothing that makes them woman. They are not suppressing their chastity. They are not suppressing the urges that they have for other men. They are not suppressing the way that they talk with men when they're on their period. They are not suppressing the way that they deal with options, even though they don't have to deal with it. This is what we're talking about. And for me to wrap it up this part respectfully, somebody from Milwaukee said this. I don't know. Is the most accurate quote of that man. If was about the kid, like if these, for example, these men that, for example, are stepdads, if it was about the kids, they will go to adoption agency. They wouldn't be fucking Tommy's mom, right? It's about the coochie. They tolerate those kids. They are stepdads because they want sexual access to that woman.
What do y'all think about that? For those who's here, what do y'all think? Because I can see what he's saying on that end, but what if he, like, what if he ain't really tripping off like her like that? What if he hitting someone on the side, but he just coming home every night? Like, it's some nuances in there that I get both sides, but it's some nuances that doesn't make it as cut as dry as we make it seem.
And they want that woman, and the woman comes with a kid. So
How do you quantify that?
So what I'm saying is that if it was about the kids, like y'all saying, these men will go to adoption. If they are so willing to take care of other men's kids, they wouldn't go to a woman.
But he changed
They
the
will go
narrative.
to an adoption center and adopt little Tommy because they want to take care of the next generation. They don't want to fuck Tommy's mom.
I see how y'all do. Y'all are biased.
No. Address my point. Address my point.
No, wait a minute, Fatty. You're biased because you didn't play the little clip of moving the goalposts. Play the clip.
I'll play for y'all. It's fine. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Push.
Yeah.
Well, time to move the goalposts again. On 3, fellas. 1, 2, 3. Push.
Thank you.
Because you definitely did that. Because you was,
and Alicia and Jazz, please next. Go ahead. What did I say that was like again? I just said something very simple. If it was about the kids, these men will be stepdads. These men will be adopting kids. What is wrong with that?
Fatty, you know when you tell them to go next, you can't respond to what he says.
No. I'm saying no. It's not the point. So the point is this, right? A lot of times when people tell you that you are wrong, they go talk about what they want to talk. I want you to address what I said. If I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, I want the person to go next, angry man and humble dads, to go ahead and tackle what I said. If it's about the kids, why are these men not going to adoption centers? Why are they being stepdad to Tommy and Jimmy mom? Why
the initial situation was about the husband and the wife, and the reason why he's staying is that they had together. It wasn't about.
It wasn't about someone else's kids.
You changed.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it did switch up a little because that wasn't the original premise. But like, but the men, like, I know women ain't gonna stay as long as men do. I tell you that fact. They once they emotionally check out, it's a wrap. Men will stay even after they emotionally checked out. Because once again, you got to add up all the factors. Like, especially if you're the one that's taking care of most of the financial responsibilities, you got your kids there. Let's say I got a mortgage together. There's obligations with that. Then you got the kids. Then you want them, it's just a lot of factors men have to think about before men takes the steps and leaves. Because even if a woman leaves, she can go be with another man. She can go be with another relationship. The dad, let's assume that he's responsible in the kid's life. He still got to maintain his duties, regardless if they're together or not. But men, it's just something about men that they're not just going to up and leave because they don't mess with her no more, especially if they got longevity together. I don't give a damn. You've been together with someone 10 years or more. I don't give a damn how much she gets on your nerves. I don't give a damn how much y'all fight and argue. I don't give a damn about it. I mean, unless it's something egregious that she does. Most likely, especially around that time period, the men are going to stay. I mean, men are going to accept it. Yo, this is what it is. But they're not about to, I mean, they not saying they don't leave, but it's going to be harder. The longer a man is with a woman, the harder it is for him to leave. That's just normal.
To be stepkids to try to fit your argument.
Yeah,
But
you
the
change
information, the data literally says that men stay mainly because of the children.
Yeah, so
Or it's a sexless marriage. One of the if it's a sexless marriage, they're staying because of the kids.
Yeah,
If there are no
sure.
kids, they're more likely to leave.
You guys
So
know
this is how
that
you- this is
married
how you-
men are the biggest consumers of prostitutes,
This is bro.
porn,
Wait, stop,
OnlyFans.
stop,
No, y'all know that,
Wait.
right?
You
Yes,
asked me,
please.
so I didn't get to respond.
No, because what Amble that said something, I'll reply and then you got it, man. Amble that.
You
You
said
know.
me and Humble
No,
respond.
please. No, please. It's very quick. And I'm sorry, I know. It's funny, right? Y'all are pretending that these married men that are getting denied sex are martyrs, that are staying on their chair and looking at the cross and saying, please, God, let them have sex with her again.
Yes, Fatty. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. I know. My aunt, my uncle. Yes, they've been together for 30 years. That shit been up and down for 30 years. I'm pretty sure he could have been left. He could have. Listen, men are going to stay, even if the relationship with the woman is not that good, or even if it's on rocky terms, whatever you want to call it. Men are more prone to stay, not so much because of her, not so much of hopefully she'll give me some sex today, not so much because of that. It's because men have grown attached to that family unit, has grown attached to the kids, and they just can't really push that button that fast to say, y'all, I love y'all, but I'm not living in this house with y'all no more. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna go get my own shit. Y'all can come on the week. Now that happens. I'm not saying it doesn't, but that's not at the top of a man's list before he thinks about leaving. Like right there, that's not at the top of the list. Like for a man to leave a woman, she has to do some of the most egregious stuff, and sometimes they still stay. Men will stay with a woman while most women will leave men for the most trivial reasons. Most women will leave their families for the sole purpose because they are bored. Now, they may mask it up as a spiritual, or I lost my identity, or God told, God thing. God told me to do it. But most women throughout history will leave a man as soon as they don't have that feeling of being in love anymore. While men cannot have that feeling of love for years, and he still stays because men have a moral sense of obligation to a family, and you can kind of say in most instances are more committed to those obligations than the other gender, the other counterpart. That's a fact.
These men are that are the biggest consumers of prostitutes. They are the biggest consumers of OnlyFans. They are the biggest consumers of porn. How can you tell me that is not about a coochie when these men are literally medicating themselves with other coochies inside of their own relationship?
It literally goes to my point, not yours. If it was about the coochie, then they would leave. If it was just about the coochie, based upon
They're right.
Outside.
No, they're right. They're right. Hey, Fatty, they would have to
right,
humble
yeah,
that, and
right.
Angry Man would have to be right because all they have to do is step out the side.
Y'all hear? That's what I just said. I said, man, he can go get some pussy on the side, but still come back home. Yeah, like, come on, nigga, like, the wife ain't doing, man, he'll go step on the side. But the difference is men know how to differentiate getting some ass on the side but taking their ass back home. Versus that's why it's more put on a microscope for women, because women are prone to their emotions. See, they'll start to get emotionally attached to it. Then they'll start to think that this the new love that lasts forever. Men, we know how to hit it, have a good time. All right, bitch, I gotta go home. Like we know that's what makes us in a more logically in a superior position, because most women don't know how to turn that off. They're going to get emotionally attached, and then all this. Men, we gonna go get some ass over there, take our ass back at home by 8:30 at night to sit at the table for dinner. That's just what it is.
Outside and get an actual
No,
woman.
because those men.
Fatty, hold on. They would actually go outside and get a woman, but they get the hits by staying inside the relationship to still committed to the relationship to keep their family together. It would have to make sense, because if you want to,
or to leave their car, or because most men are not financially viable by themselves.
Man, this is a
and they
dead
move
end
to their mama
argument.
house if they get divorced, right?
Patty, here's the thing. You keep going. I'm gonna tell you where the contention is coming in this conversation. You keep comparing new cooch to old cooch. Okay, if a dude decides to date a single mother, right? He gets with the single mother, they get in a relationship.
Yes.
You're saying if it's about the kids, why is he tolerating that, right? Because it's new cooch. Okay. But once he has a kid with her, his own kid, because guess what? If she becomes problematic and he doesn't have a kid with her, he's going to be more prone to leave. Okay. But if he has a kid with her, in addition to a kid she already had, he's going to try to stick it out, not for her kid, but for his kid.
That's a fact. I got to get that point to Angry Man. I got to get that point to Angry Man.
You're rocking with the best.
I got you. Men, I'm telling you this. If you date a woman and she already has kids before you met her, and you start dealing with her, the only way long term I can see that working long term, where it will make sense to me long term, you have to have a child with her. Like I'm telling you, if you don't have a child with that woman, bro, you're never ever going to capture her the way you think you are, even if the relationship's good. You have to put your own seed and have your own child with her, because that natural love that women just tend to have with their baby daddies, that never really goes away. That's going to be replaced because she now has a child with you. You fellas, if you get with a woman that already has kids, and we ain't talking about just hookups, casual dating. I ain't talking about just if you plan on being with her, you have to have a child with her. Like, you have to have a child with her. If you do not have a child with her, you're not going to be looked at in that position on how once upon a time she looked at her baby daddy. That type of love. You have to have a child with her. It's not going to make sense long term. And especially, at least if you have a child with her, let's say you with her for 5 years and you've been taking care of her and the 2 kids. You chose to do it. You knew what it was with the relationship. Cool. If the relationship ends, you're going to feel some type of way. You're going to feel some resentment because you put in all this investment, taking care of kids that wasn't yours. And it seems like you ain't getting nothing. Like there's no return. There's no nothing. And then she could be, all right. And it'll be easier for her to leave you. And it's way easier for you to leave, but you got this 30, 40,000 you don't put into the family. You don't want to walk away from it. That's why if you're going to be with her a long time, you need to have a child with her. You have to.
So the question will be, when these men, actually, I don't even have no question because this is bullshit.
Yeah,
Actually, I was like, why am I engaging in this type of bullshit? Let me ask.
Shout out to the New Culture Empire. And shout out to D in the chat, the homie D. Shout out to the whole Untouchables, the New Culture. Y'all know I get on my financial shit, but sometimes I got to review review the gang and review the relationships and current events. Y'all be acting like I don't be knowing what I be talking about too. I be having some little, I ain't the guru, I ain't the love doctor, but my lived experiences, I got something to add too now.
This question, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, let me ask the ladies this question, Jez and Alicia.
Oh, there.
If I had to ask you this, what is man kryptonite? Kids or coochie? And you have to pick one. One weapon that you use to control most of the men on the planet. Coochie or kids? Let's assume these kids are playing on the playground and they're very happy kids and they're nice kids. Yeah, they watch the Teletubbies, all of that shit. If I had to put kids and coochie, and I'll give it to you, you are going to use these portable coochie or these kids to make these men comply and do what I want. Which one do you think is man kryptonite? Kids or coochie? Please go ahead. Most men, 4 billion men in this planet. Which one do you think men are going to say? You
I
know
think
what?
everybody agrees, though, that they're getting with them because of the coochie in the first place. I think everybody agrees with that they will get with them in the first place because of coochie. They're saying that after a while, they gain a relationship with this person. There might be other things like kids or whatever.
That's, hold on, I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna let this point play out.
That will keep them to stay after they've gained this relationship with this person. But obviously, yes, in the beginning, yes, they're getting with that person because of coochie. If it wasn't because of that, they'd be going and having sex with dudes because they're much easier to get along with.
see, Tom, I get your point, but still a wild ass statement. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't give a damn if she's an LA 9. I was friends with a girl who had her own escort service. Shay, I was white girl. I was cool with her. I was cool with her and her friends. We all went out together and all that. At minimum, the worst in the group was Shay, and she was a 6. I don't give a damn if she's an LA 9. After a while, after you hit it several times, fellas, y'all already know it's just pussy. It's just coochie at the end of the day. It's just the same. After that euphoria feeling of getting something new, after a while, we be geeking. Oh, she bad. We be geeking in the beginning. After a while, it's just normal the same. So, but if your relationship with a woman, after a while, you've been having sexual relations with her, then after a while, you may grow attached to the kids and y'all built your own relationships. So this is the part that's not factoring. Men can build their own relationship with the child. Men can build their own relationship with the child. They could build their own relationship. And that may play a factor into him not leaving all the... Yeah, it happens. It happens. Call it simp. Call it what you want. It happens.
No, it's because of the...
Look, Patty, here's the thing. Once
Did you notice that you didn't let them answer the question because you know what the answer is?
No,
I know. No, I'm saying that you're giving a dichotomy. I'm saying that you're giving a dichotomy because it's a straw man of what it is that we're actually talking about or what it is that everybody else is actually saying. And then when you respond, you're giving other people this option. It's like, hey, pick one of these two. When nobody's saying it's only one or the other, they're saying, yes, we agree. In the beginning, it's coochie, but later on, they're willing to stay for other reasons.
Fatty,
Yes.
why are you?
Fatty, and Fatty's my dog. Come on, we know that, Patty. I mean, people that's been in long-term relationship with kids. I mean, that is a very accurate statement. Like that's very normal.
You being disingenuous. On what planet would you ask a woman what's a man's kryptonite and they not gonna say the coochie?
Because you know what, women actually know men better than men know themselves. Because
I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite. I think men know women better than women knows themselves. I think it's the exact opposite. I think it's the total exact opposite.
Bullshit.
You know why? No. I'll tell you this. No, I'll tell you this. Woman, no, I'll tell you this.
Well, you're not qualified to tell us that then.
Women don't know themselves, but they definitely know you, mother. Because they know tendencies. You know how you fart, you sleep, the perfect food.
Daddy might need to take the L on this.
You know why I know why our men actually cosplay like they really the kids.
Daddy,
is the
we all
most
take L
important thing. A man will get the blow. Let me say the reason, and you got
men in the context of women relating to us, we are the most misunderstood creatures on the planet. Women do not understand us, bro. They know our basic functions.
Snowflake.
They know we're gonna fart. They know we're gonna scratch our ass. They know we're gonna drink a beer. They know we're gonna watch the game. But as far as our inner thoughts and how we truly operate, they do not know us, because if they knew the shit that goes on in men's heads, they wouldn't even want to deal with us.
You didn't listen what I said. I said woman know how to play men. They know men. They know what they have to say to make you go ahead and fix their roof. They know what they have to use to make you go and pick them up on this place. They know what they have to use when they need kitchen reparation. They know how to say, "Angry man, I'm so proud that you fixed that door." And now you want that dopamine. It's so bad that you're looking for door to fix.
You think men aren't playing that game with them? Hold on for a second. Let me ask him this question. So you think men aren't playing that game with them?
Most men are inept when it comes to women. Hey, you can say that most men are. No, one second. You can say that most men are.
Hey, what y'all think? Oh, hey, Fatty, bro. I don't know about this one, Fatty. I don't know, bro. I get what you're saying. That is a point, but we know this right shit to say to them, especially when they vulnerable. We know all the shit we need to do. We know all the shit we need to say. We know how to pretend like we care. Like, I don't know.
Hold on for a second. You think old Otis didn't go by Betty's house knowing her car was broke down so she could say, "Yeah, you know, my car broke down." Really? Let me go ahead and take a look at it. You think Otis don't know him looking at that car is going to get him some cooch? He's playing the game too.
Can I answer? Otis is going to get cooch, and then there's 4 men on the friend zone that are going to fix her lighting, fix her door, and get nothing other than a kiss on the cheek. Tell me when you get home. No, angry man. You have to let me land this. Hey, we have to let you land this. We are talking about women that have 5 men on the friend zone. They fucking won while they're using 4 of them to get favors, to get money, to get trips, to get restaurant, to get movies and all that shit.
And that lasts about 10 years in their 20s, bro. That is a depreciating asset. What are you talking about?
Let me finish, please. I will say this. I will use Jazz an example. People love to put Jazz on the cross. Is her mouth? Is her attitude? Is the way that she looks at the sun? Is all of that. If I tell Jazz, "Hey, Jazz, go crazy. Go to Discord, get on these man DMs and rob them blind." Jazz will come with 100 men next, try to cover, because she has that power. If I actually am telling her, go ahead and romance these dudes, most of these dudes are going to fall for her. And
so you feel like you can get finesse? Is that what you're saying, Patty?
Let me just plan, please. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all are selling to people, kind of, and y'all don't even know what you're talking about. A man will risk their family to get some coochie. If your kids were that important, you wouldn't get a blowjob in the White House by Monica Lewinsky and then have to come, "I didn't have sexual relations."
Did Hillary leave?
But that's a totally, that's an accurate point. But now that's a totally different argument. I thought the argument was on men like leaving, even if, yes, the consequences of a man's action, it may be she finds out, she may want to file for divorce or public scandals and all that, but it still don't take away the fact that, yeah, men may risk their family because they got caught. It's because it got exposed. It's not, I'm leaving my family to go do this. That's the difference. Yeah, men do that shit, but they're not saying, forget y'all. Y'all my family, forget y'all. I'm going all the way over here to do this and purposely leaving. That happens, what you're talking about, fatties, when they get caught, when it comes to the light. And then the repercussions for it, that's when you can say they risk this family. Now, she may want a divorce or whatever the case may be. But as far as just doing it, adios, amigos. All right, family, I'm gone. About to go do this. Nah, I don't believe so. Not at all.
No, let me land.
Did Hillary leave him?
Let me land.
And did Hillary leave him? Dudes know they ain't risking.
Let me land.
They ain't risking nothing. Dudes that cheat know.
Cardi B left.
Dudes
Cardi B left.
know.
Give an example.
Bro,
Cardi B left.
bro.
Yes.
Come
So
on,
what I'm saying is this: if men put their kids over coochie, why men in mess put their family and their kids and the access to their kids in risk by going and Becky on the other side of the world?
Why do you keep doing this? He's not gonna put. Look.
No, Fatty, I think you're missing the point on this one, broski. Risking it be sloppy, being cheated, then the ramifications. It's not from the original point of the conversation. It's not, I'm leaving you to go do this. It's just he just got caught being sloppy, but he's not doing that with the intent on I want to get caught, and when I get caught, I don't care because I want to leave anyway.
Look, you said if men put their children over coochie, fix the sentence. If men put their kids over old coochie.
No, but angry man.
Old coochie.
Oh, no, okay. Let's fix it. Please, I will correct it, and now you're done. Men will put in risk their 20-year relationship with a woman and their 10-year-old kids to get new coochie. Explain why I'm wrong. Go ahead.
You said, say that again. Hold on. Say that again.
A man will put in risk his 20-year relationship with a woman that is his wife and access to his 10-year-old kid to get some new coochie. Tell me, how am I wrong?
Want to know why? It's because it's a man's inner carnal ability, not ability, but nature to have sex with multiple women. We suppress it because we don't want the ramification from it. But let's just be honest. If we could have sex with multiple women and there be no ramifications, we'll be doing it every day. I mean, you could still do it. But most men don't want to deal with the backlash from it. But yes, it's because it's our sexual urge to have sex with multiple women. Regardless if we're married, 20 years, 30 years, 5 years, casual dating, lifelong commitments, life partners, it don't matter. There's still the urge to have sex with another woman outside of your marriage. And this is why monogamy is a first world thing. This is why back in the biblical days and way back then, they didn't enforce it or use the courts to punish a man for that with getting caught cheating. That's grounds for divorce, because it was put together to tame men's nature. But that is a man's nature, to have sex with more than one woman. Whether he acts on it or not, that's a self-choice that man makes. But it still doesn't take away the natural urge, whether you're married or not.
That's called the
because people don't make rational decisions.
That's called the look. This
angry man. Am I wrong or not?
This actually,
yes, you are.
This actually verifies my
probably would men actually cheat, if not less than a woman. The percentage points ain't that far apart. I think a few years ago, one said like 28% of men cheat, 24% of women cheat. So it ain't that far apart. It ain't this. Women cheat only 3% of the time, and men cheat only 80% of the time. It ain't that. The difference ain't that far. And you got to understand, cheating can involve non-sexual attention. Cheating can be involved engaging in sexting with another man, talking sexually, talking in the emotional, loving term with another man while she's in a relationship. See, all that could be accounted for. I know there's nuances, and I don't want to play semantics and nitpick, but that can be considered too. Remember, men cheat with our manhood. Women cheat emotionally first.
Point. The reason why a man will, as you say, put his 20-year relationship at risk for some new coochie is because it's new coochie.
That's what
exactly what I said. The urge to have sex with multiple women. It's along the same lines.
You're rocking with the best.
It's along the same lines.
But I said, right?
Yes.
Wait.
So coochie is more important than the kids.
You didn't
New
prove.
coochie. Hey. This is our man. No, this is our man.
Wait, no.
Bro.
Somebody owes me half an hour.
This is why we have to start admitting and recognizing the nuances. Like I'm talking about everybody on these panels. We got to start recognizing the nuances. Like we got to recognize the nuances.
Hold on, bro. You did the whole thing. Now let me respond.
No. I want to.
Let Angry Man go. Let him go. I'll go after. Because he needs to respond to what it is.
Angry Man just said verbatim.
Let me respond.
Man, you will respond. I'm just saying.
Do you have to be right this bad, bro?
I know you have notes on the side.
Let's just tell him he's right. Let him have the with you. Don't respond, Angry Man.
Angry Man said verbatim that man will put his kids' access in jeopardy.
You're right. You won, Fatty. Good job.
I said his family at risk.
What is his family, Angry Man?
His family is the woman and the children.
Will that jeopardize the access to his kids?
Not necessarily.
Oh, here we go.
Not
so
necessarily.
I think you guys would all put it on the line to just never have to be wrong about it.
Wasn't so quick. See, you too quick on the trigger.
Let me take a piece. I'm listening.
You're too quick on the trigger. If you wasn't so quick on the trigger, we could have had some context.
No, okay? I got you.
Now it was clever how you tried to flip.
No, I got you, Angry Man.
She got your ass. It was clever how you tried to flip that. It was clever, but it ain't gonna work, because here's the thing: the context of the conversation is the dude is gonna try to get some new coochie because the coochie he had is old coochie, which is the point I was trying to make in the first.
That's what I thought in the beginning, like purposely like leaving. That's what I thought. I don't know, I may be lost in that, but that's what I thought it was. Like he purposely like wanted to leave.
First place. Now, when we're talking about him risking his children, you're changing, you're moving the goalposts again. Because what we were originally talking about is him staying in a relationship to continue to keep his household together.
Right.
Okay. So,
but it's all speculative, so nobody can be right.
Wait, but Angry Man, that is what he's saying, though. Is he saying that the fact that he would cheat? First off, only like 20% of men cheat. Like it's not like a huge group of people. He's Fatty's making it sound. Fatty's making it sound like this is the majority of men. He's making a real point. He's not making. He's not making a real point. The point, but the difference is that Fatty was saying that they would risk their relationship to get the new coochie, and you seem to agree with that.
With the woman.
By default, hey, this is what
I don't even know what the point of this is. Who cares?
Wait. Why y'all acting like? Hold on for a second. Why y'all acting like nuance eludes you?
Because you're
sorry. He was saying he would.
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that?
You're rocking with the best.
I swear to God, that's what I said. Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? I said, yo, we got to start on these panels all like recognizing the nuances. Like I'm telling you, and when I'm on these panels and I'm watching, like, it's like either everything you say got to be cut and dry or you lost. Or everything you got to say, there are nuances. Yes, I may be making a point, but that point may spin off to the point you're making, but these are the nuances that are in between in these conversations that I think as a whole, we have to start recognizing. And it doesn't mean one person lost or the other person won. These are just the nuances that happen.
Risk the family. He was saying he would risk the woman and the kids to get the new coochie. That's what he was saying.
Listen. Fatty jumped from he's only in the relationship with the mother of the children for the coochie.
I didn't say only.
To now he's wants the coochie outside of the household. So let me ask you this question, Fatty.
I didn't say only.
Oh, no. You did all of the theatrics. So let me ask you this question. If the man in relationship with the woman that has his children, if the coochie is ruling him so damn much, why the hell would he risk that coochie for the outside coochie?
Because he wants, just like woman, he wants his cake and eat it too. I literally said on this conversation, one second, please, let me answer. A man wants certified coochie that is his wife, that is going to get home, the woman that represents him as his last name, as his kids, while he goes outside and gets a blowjob by Monica Lewinsky. Both men want both. You know what they do in man? They repress the second. They say, I have a respectful relationship.
Didn't I say that in my breakdown? Didn't I say that? Man, didn't I say that? When I broke down, why is it that? As it's in the man's nature. When I talk about a man.
You're rocking with the best.
I told you, they be overlooking me like a lot of things I be saying. A lot of people be saying the same thing. And I'm watching this first time in real time with everybody else. So I haven't seen this before, but I'm telling you, I don't be that off as much people be thinking. I be on point.
Relationship with this woman. I know if I go outside, put some kids on a woman, get some STDs, cheat on her, my family might suffer and I might lose access to my kids.
Did I not just say that in my breakdown? Did I not just say that? Oh my God.
So I'm going to suppress this part of my life to get with her.
When I say we suppress our urges because we don't want to bring public shame and this, come on, man.
You literally make the same argument before. You just made the argument before. Remember, you said that like cheating is not different than the blowjobs, or not blowjobs, but the hand jobs or the porn. Like we was there before. Remember, we were telling you that the man is staying because of the kids. He's doing the XYZ. What you're confirming is that he's going to get new cat or whatnot. And the reason why he's staying and doing that is because he wants the kids. Exactly. That's what the Lord is saying.
Exactly. When I broke y'all, when we was watching this all together, I literally broke it down, stop it, interject it. I swear to God, if you go back and rewind this portion, actually, I'm gonna clip this up and post it. Literally everything everybody end up saying, I stopped before and gave my commentary, and everybody saying the same thing. I didn't watch the stream live. Everybody is right in this instance, though. Fatty's right in his point. The angry man is right in this point. The humble dad's right in this point. And Tom Fully, them the only ones that was really talking on this topic. But the difference, the reason why it seems like it's one's moving the goalposts is not, because in between of everybody's arguments, the in-betweens are the nuances. And the nuances in this conversation, it caters to all sides. Yes, the nuances caters to all, and normally you don't really see that, but the nuances makes Fatty right, the angry man right, the humble dad right, and Tom Fullery right, all at the same time, even though they're saying different things. Well, they're saying things different from Fatty, but these are the nuances that makes these conversations actually interesting, because actually it's the nuances that ties all their points. So all of them are right in a sense.
Keep saying something different and taking different scenarios, but the point is still made is that
the only way your point, Fatty, the only way you would have checkmated me is if he would have left the family to go get the new coochie.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you didn't say
no, Fatty, you wasn't saying that, but that's what I was saying. And that's what they were saying. He's not, remember I said the difference is I'm gonna fuck with her because I don't want to be with you no more. That was the point of the conversation from the beginning, and that was the nuances. What Fatty is doing, he's actually right about the acts of a man and what they're doing. But the original point, like, okay, so Fatty, it's hard to get this one off in this topic with him, is because he's looking at the act that a man does and then the resulting consequences for those actions, and then saying, see, why would he risk? I told you they'll risk their whole family to do it. But the nuances is the intent was still never to leave his family. And I think that's what makes them right with the nuances. The acts that they're doing that is jeopardizing their family, Fatty's right. But the contention of the conversation is the willful intent to leave the family and associated with the acts, which is the nuances flip on their side. So the nuances is going on all their sides, which making them both right. But the nuances have to be recognized here, because the whole thing was men are going to stay more than women. At the beginning, that's how men stay in long in relationships. That's what I interpreted from it. So what Fatty is saying is, yeah, that can break up their family, what he does, but he's not recognizing that. But most men just are sloppy and they get caught. So the mere fact that the actions may have caused his family to be split up doesn't mean that he wanted his family to be split up. He was just being sloppy and irresponsible.
No, listen, Fatty, hold on, Fatty, listen, Fatty, no.
Is this
no,
treatment
that's
about
not
what women want or about what dudes want?
Wait. Let me just say this, you got it, Dusty. Let me just say this, you got it, Dusty. That's not what
we're just talking about what dudes want now.
That's not what you said, Fatty. What you said was, you're saying, Angry Man, that the dude would risk his family for the new coochie. Now you're saying leave his family for the new coochie. Those are two different things. But hold on, listen. Those are two different things, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Those are the nuances I was talking about right there. That's the point right there. That's what makes all of them right at the same time.
There's a reason why there's only a certain percentage of men that cheat on their women. Men know if they have a woman they can cheat on or not. They know whether or not they're jeopardizing their family by cheating.
That's true.
Hey, where do you think we're going? You can watch the full show.
That was a good one. Thank you all for showing up. This was at the tail end. I wasn't even expecting this to happen. But once again, the new culture empire. I am the Love Doctor. We're gone.